All rise. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. This meeting of the Washington County Board of Commissioners is now in session pursuant to adjournment with the Honorable Chairman Greg Mattingly presiding. Come to order and remain standing.
Thank you, Sheriff. Our first order of business this evening is our prayer that will be led by Commissioner Huffine and our pledge led by Commissioner Carey.
Let us bow our heads. Dear Lord, as we come before you this evening, contrary to our last meeting where we had very heavy hearts, Lord, let us celebrate the fact that Mike Ford is now in heaven with you, and with his family here tonight. Let us celebrate his life and rejoice for that fact, dear Lord. As we move forward this evening, please empower each one of us with the Holy Spirit to guide us, Lord, in our decisions that we make, so that everything we do honors you, dear Lord. In your name we pray. Amen.
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 Let us all address our flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. If you'll just indicate your presence here this evening. We have 13 present and 1 absent. We do have a quorum. Our next item is approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion? Motion made by Commissioner Fitzgerald to approve the agenda. We have a second by Commissioner Kate.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Commissioner Malone?
I had thought, and I think for me personally, there may be value, and I hate for what it might mean for the audience, but I had thought it might be good and beneficial for the remainder of the agenda if we kept the executive session during the county attorney's report. So I would propose that amendment to be changed to the agenda.
Right. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. Any questions or discussion on that amendment? We are voting on the amendment to move the county attorney's report under, or the executive session under the county attorney's report. All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion passes, and the motion to approve the agenda is amended. Any questions or discussion on the agenda before we vote? Questions been called? All in favor of the motion to approve the agenda as amended signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. The motion passes and the agenda is approved. We will move into our public comment portion. We will recess into public hearing at this time. Each individual under public comment shall be given 3 minutes to address the Board of County Commissioners regarding agenda items. These agenda items that we'll be addressing tonight. Comments shall be limited to only the items on the meeting agenda. Right, our first speaker tonight, when I call your name, if you'll come forward to the podium and give your address to the clerk, please. Janice Overbay. Janice, if you'll come forward to the podium.
Is Janice Overbay, and I live in the Harmony community. And I'm here to talk about the fiber internet Grant. I have lived out there for almost 20-some years. And I lived on one end of Painter Road, and now I live in the middle of Painter Road. We have no internet other than CenturyLink. I work for an engineering firm and require a laptop to do my work. Since all this pandemic has been going on, I worked off my hotspot on my phone because CenturyLink just does not cut it. So it would be very beneficial to me, my surrounding neighbors too that have children, and I'm sure they struggled when they had to work virtually from home. So it would be a great benefit for me and people around me too. So, thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Right, our next speaker is Kevin Bruhl. Kevin, if you'll come forward to the podium. Kevin, if you'll give your address to the clerk, please.
106 Hartman Road,
Thank you.
Jonesboro. My name's Kevin Bruhl, and again, I appreciate the opportunity at least to speak with you today and be here in person. Similar to Ms. Overbay, it's at Hartman Road. We also have no access to internet. We have no access to CenturyLink, unbeknownst to most people, including CenturyLink. When they come out and realize by looking up and there's no wires on the pole, even though they've sent me and told me we have access, the installers realize that we don't have access and say, well, you don't have any wires here. And that's accurate. The point that I'd like to make is that this has been something that in this current time that is much needed for those of us that don't have it. For those that do have it, obviously it's not an issue. I've got children that are in college, obviously virtually by now, trying to work off a hotspot. Let's see, my last AT&T bill was $600. I work at the university. I've probably done many of your COVID tests that you've had ordered. I started up and ran the program at ETSU to do COVID testing to fill a community need. I have to spend a lot of time at work on the weekends and the evenings to make sure that those results are out within 24 hours, which is what's required to try to keep the virus at bay, if you will. Telehealth, huge component now that we've got into the last 2.5 years with COVID. I've had a wife, a spouse that had been sick over the last 2.5 years that passed away a couple months ago. It would have helped enormously to not have to drive to Knoxville every other week to do telehealth and things. Couldn't do it on a hotspot. It freezes up. So there's a lot of things that I think that, you might not think about that are really important to those that don't have them. I've got a son that lives in Knoxville, but actually covers as a realty salesperson, comes back and forth all the way to Virginia. His response to me today, and I'll end it here with that, the fuel cost is enormous for him, but we don't have internet. He can't do his job from our home, so he drives back to Knoxville rather than stay a night and try to save some money. And I think all these things are the things that most of us, other than those in Washington, D.C. and others that don't think that this inflation's a problem. It touches all of us. It truly does. And I think this is something, I know there's no perfect situation, but sometimes you've got to make a decision and go with what's good for those of us in the community now. And you got to have faith in the good Lord and others that will figure out some of these things that aren't so perfect as we go along with the process. And with that, I'd like to just keep an open mind and realize that those of us that don't have it are suffering. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bruhl. That will conclude our public comment portion. But I'm sorry.
Yeah, I still speak.
We have to stop the public comment sign up at 6. Is it an item that pertains to the agenda?
It is.
What is the item?
The poll books.
The poll books?
Yeah.
Is there any objection to allow, what's your name, sir?
Justin Keel,
And your address?
195 Sailor Hill, Limestone.
Is there any objection to allowing Mr. Keel to speak? Mr. Keel, if you'll come forward and sign up on the sheet. Mr. Keel, the rule is that you'll receive 3 minutes to speak on this agenda topic. And give me just a minute so I can get back to the timer. Okay, you got it.
All right, I come to talk a little bit about the pole pads that you guys are considering implementing. I kind of looked at the pole pads a little bit, and just on a quick online search, I found one article from 2020, how internet-connected voter check-in devices can create election chaos. In this article, it talks about the no-ink poll pad being used in Georgia, where they had just introduced that poll pad for voter check-in, and they had problems with the machines. One poll watcher visited a location in Atlanta, reported the wait time at 10 a.m. was estimated to be 4 hours. Voting was almost at a complete standstill due to inoperable electronic poll books. Unable to verify voters' eligibility, election workers asked voters to fill out provisional ballots, dramatically slowing the voting process. In this article, they cite several other Atlanta, other places that had issues with their poll books going down. Kind of did a look at the no-ink poll pad and looked at some compliance documentation where it kind of did testing on it, and it kind of shows some of the vulnerabilities. There were different software versions. I'm sure we're at a later version at this point in time, but just the thought being that sometimes these aren't the best thing to go to. There are vulnerabilities when you go to an electronic system. I would kind of urge you to consider, just as the times we're in now and a lot of talk about hacking voting systems and that type of thing, I feel like it might be a mistake to try to go electronically. I understand now that you're not connecting to the internet initially, but that's the long-term goal here, is to get connected to the internet so you can vote from different locations. But I see the issue being if we change our voting system and kind of link in the future our voting machines and our poll pads, it creates more vulnerabilities there to kind of manipulate who's checking in, who voted, and what votes are going out. So that's my greatest concern, would be in the future going to more of an electronic voting system that links with the poll pads, and now you can manipulate both those data sources. That's just kind of, my cursory search on the thing and kind of looking at the issues, and I'm not sure it's the best thing at this point in time to move to electronics. I like that we're at, check-in, paper-wise, and doing that. I realize it's more costly, but at the same time, you can have issues where the pads go down and things go wrong. And that's other places have had that. So just wanted to make you guys aware of that in your consideration. Thank you.
Mr. Gill, thank you. All right, that will send us back to leaving public comment and moving right on into public hearing for rezoning. A rezoning request tonight has been submitted by Rick and Tracy Johns. That's in the 3rd Civil District. They're requesting A1 General Agriculture to Planned Business Development 2, or Planned Business District 2. The Second rezoning, well, let's go ahead and get our public hearing out of the way. I'm about to get ahead of myself. If you're here tonight and want to speak in favor of this rezoning for Rick and Tracy Johns, is there anyone here to speak in favor of the rezoning? If you'll come forward to the podium, sir, and give your name and address to the clerk, please.
My name's Ricky Johns. I live at 447 Ridgecrest Road. I figure I'm asking for the rezoning, so I'm obviously in favor of it, but I just wanted you to know that I was here and hopefully it'll pass.
Thank you, Mr.
Any
Thank you,
questions
Mr.
for
Johns.
me?
Is there anyone else here to speak in favor of the rezoning? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to this rezoning? Seeing none, the next rezoning, we have BAP 3 Capital LLC is requesting a rezoning in the 9th Civil District on Cash Hollow Road, A1 General Agricultural District to the B3 General Business District. Is there anyone here in favor of this request? If you'll come forward, sir, and give your name and address to the clerk, please. Anyone else here to speak in favor of the rezoning? Seeing none, is anyone here to speak in opposition to the rezoning? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing and go back into regular session. Ms. Charles is with us tonight, our planning director, and she is here to answer any questions you may have about these rezonings. Thank you, Ms. Charles, for being here.
Thank you. Both of our rezonings tonight are to accommodate mini warehouse storage. The first property is in Limestone on Highway 11E, and Mr. Johns has an existing business that he is wishing to expand with this rezoning. And the second rezoning, Mr. Padukes, is at the corner of Lakeview Drive and Cash Hollow Road, and it is the corner of that property. Happy to answer any questions. Our first rezoning is to the Planned Business District. The second one is to the B3 General Business District, and both of those districts are very similar in the zoning code.
All right. Any questions for Ms. Charles? Angie, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, our first resolution to consider this evening is Resolution 220202, is a resolution rezoning a parcel of property in the 3rd Civil District presently owned by Ricky and Tracy Johns. Do we have a motion? Motion made by Commissioner Harris, second by Commissioner Edens to approve the resolution. Questions or discussion? Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote. 13 yes, 1 absent, and the resolution passes. The next resolution is Resolution 220203, is a resolution rezoning a portion of property in the 9th Civil District presently owned by BAP 3 Capital LLC. We have a motion made by Commissioner Carragher to approve the request, second by Commissioner Malone. Questions or discussion? The question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote. 13 yes, 1 absent, and the resolution passes. Is there any questions on our zoning or planning report this evening? Seeing none, we'll move on into our special recognition and proclamations. Connie, I think you're here with us from 4-H tonight. You're at the top of our special recognition list. We have our 4-H 2022 public speaking winners, some of them here with us tonight. Connie wanted to recognize those students for doing such a tremendous job.
I want to thank the commission and Commissioner Matherly for inviting us. We have about 5 kids next Tuesday in 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade that will be representing you all at the regional competition in Hawkins County, and that's 8 counties, but for the senior high, we have 33 counties. This is Olivia Castle. You want to turn around also and face those. She was our regional first place 10th grade public speaking winner and will be representing us in Nashville for the state competition in a couple weeks. So give her a round of applause. She already got her regional awards, but they had to come to our office and have a meeting, and they also served as room chairman. So she hasn't officially got her county trophy, so we wanted to present that with her tonight. So Olivia's speech was on branching from our roots, and it was a little bit about the history of 4-H. Grace Kellner, who had a prior commitment, you will really love hers. Hers was on her name as Grace, and that's how 4-H has taught her grace. And if you've ever got to hear her speech when she was 5th grade, she won the whole state. It was basically on foster care, and she takes you on this journey talking about a little girl, her best friend named Olivia, and all the different things that she went through and how many foster things that she's been in. And then she ends that speech by saying, and my name is Olivia Grace Kellner. So you understand at the end, she's actually talking about that. So her 4-H speech, hopefully you'll get to hear Olivia's in the future, was about, grace with social graces and falling. But I mean, speeches are wonderful, and they're on different topics and their health. Now, how many of you are going to the Ag Appreciation Dinner in March? Some of you probably are. Okay, so our other senior high person we wanted to represent was Mary Beth Collette. She actually placed 6th, so she wasn't our winner like the other 2. But she will be giving her speech at the Ag Commission thing. Of course, hers is on agriculture and 4-H and FFA. But she did place 6th. So she almost got the top 5 out of 33, so we're really proud of her. However, she's done a portfolio, and some of you might not know what a portfolio is, but portfolio is like a scrapbook. You have a section A, that's like if you're on dairy, it's everything you do on your farm with your dairy cattle, right, when she's dairy. You have a section B, which is on leadership. We need to teach kids to be team leaders, to be able to take over for you all someday, right, because we're not all going to live together. How do you step up to be a leader? And then C is citizenship, and that's act of kindness. And so one of the things we're doing now is we're making teddy bears for foster care. And so next weekend, or Friday and Saturday, I'll be with 42 kids in Greenville at camp learning about all of those things. So anyway, there's only 5 leaders across the state that win in citizenship and leadership for their portfolio. Mary Beth, who's not here tonight, won 1st place on her portfolio. So she will be going with Olivia when she gives her speech to Nashville. She will be going to compete to be the state leadership winner for our county. So I mean, we had 3 winners this year, so that's awesome, and hopefully good luck to the others. And Mr. Boyd, thank you for working with us to allow us to still have 4-H as an enrichment opportunity. And I'm not going to take up any more of your time, but thank you. And Mr. Huffon, I'm looking forward to you being on our committee now, and I enjoyed meeting with you last month. And any other comments? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Connie, for what a great job that 4-H does, and our students, we couldn't be prouder of them. And matter of fact, we were going to have 2 of our 4-H students with us tonight to do the pledge, right, Connie?
Right.
And they kind of got in some high water. So they're going to come next month. Maybe it'll be drier. So does our 4-H speaker have anything you'd like to tell us before you leave? I wouldn't put you on the spot, But we appreciate you coming. We're so proud of you and all that you've done, and you're just showing leadership and being part of 4-H, and we're very proud of you all and a great job that you do. Thank you as well, Connie.
You're welcome. You might want to put her on the agenda in October, which is National 4-H Weekend, because her speech is all about 4-H. So, thank you, guys.
We will. Thank you all.
Mr. Matherly, can I just say one other thing?
You have 2 minutes, Connie,
2 minutes.
less than
Sorry.
public comment.
I just happen to think, because I know that we've all kind of been grieving over the loss of Mike Ford, and he was on our commission. And the reason why Juanita Miles is not here tonight, you all may not have known that her mother passed away this week. So, so we were trying to think, since he was an integral part of 4-H, and, you know, we had his granddaughter, what to do for him. So our office will be providing one full scholarship to a child to attend junior camp in memory and in honor of Mike. So I just wanted y'all to know that tonight.
And I know Mike would be very proud of that. Me and Mike would always talk about that being one of the best committees I'd ever served on is our Agriculture Extension Committee. So if you ever have an opportunity to serve on that committee, I would encourage you to do that. All right, our next item is the Washington County Soil and Water Conservation District Report. It's your annual report. It was provided to you separately. I'm sure they will be glad to assist you in any way if you have any questions about that report. All right, we do have a presentation by the Airport Authority tonight. If you will come forward to the podium, Gene, and go ahead and get started.
Thank you all. I think we have a PowerPoint presentation.
He's working on it now.
All right.
Get it loaded.
Well, I'm Gene Cossey. I'm the Executive Director of the Tri-Cities Airport, and I have with me Mark Canty. He is our Business Development Director for the airport. I'm going to give you a brief overview of the airport, where we're at on things, how we've responded from COVID, just how life's going for us. Then I'm going to let Mark talk for a minute about the FTZ that we have and what's going on with Aerospace Park. We're both here to answer any questions at any time, either during the presentation or afterwards. I know we don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to make my portion brief, and if you have questions for me afterwards, happy to go back to those. I think you all know about the airport. We're very proud of it. It's been in the community since the 1930s. We've got our biggest asset we have out there is our 8,000-foot, 150-foot wide runway, which allows us to really bring in any type of aircraft that we could possibly imagine here. And then we also are very proud to have our airline service, which is through Allegiant, American, and Delta, flying to 5 different locations, direct flights, and so we're very happy about that. And we have a lot of other advantages and assets out there that we try to keep available for our community as often as possible. Through COVID, it's really been our goal to make sure we keep the airport up and active and operating, and we're happy that we haven't really lost any air service during the COVID time. A lot of communities our size can't say that. A lot of communities our size lost either a good portion of their air service or all of their air service. The only thing we lost was a little bit of capacity that went down, but we're bringing that back up as we speak. You all know the history of the Tri-Cities Airport. It was originally a commission of Johnson City, Sullivan County, Kingsport, Bristol, Virginia, Washington County, and Bristol, Tennessee. About 15 years ago or so, we became an authority, but each of you still appoint board members to our board and are represented in our commission. We had a meeting earlier today. We have our board meetings every 2 months. Our operating revenues are based mostly around parking revenue and airline revenue. Over the course of COVID, those suffered quite a bit. The airline revenues went down a lot, and the parking revenue went down dramatically. We get capital investment from the FAA. That did not suffer. The FAA was still able to provide the normal capital investment that they do over most years. And then we received approximately about $15 million in COVID funds to help relieve our shortfall of revenue. We have about 4 years for this to cover expenses, and we're very hopeful that we will recover our operations in time, that we don't lose any ability to function through this money that was provided through the various CARES Act, the CRIS Act, and the Airport Recovery Project Act. There's a few more revenue and grant projects that are coming out with the infrastructure bill that was passed a few months ago, and we're hoping to be able to take advantage of that money as well to continue to develop the airport, even though we've seen a major slump in activity over the COVID period. Really, to reflect on what the impact was, prior to COVID, around 2019, we were approaching almost 500,000 passengers a year. During 2020, that got down to only 200,000. And there was at one point where we were down to about 95% loss. We recovered a little bit towards the end of 2020, which brought us up to about a 55% decrease in passengers, which again had a huge impact on our revenue and our ability to operate. Again, very proud that we didn't lose any of our service. We kept all of our service through all of that, and that was a great reflection on the community, how well the community supports the airport, and how well the airlines recognize that we use the service that they put here. Here's kind of a thing that we've done with air service as we've been trying to work. You can see that top line up there is where we were in 2019. It was a record year. 2020 was the green line that really took a nosedive. And then 2021, we were seeing good recovery. And we're very hopeful that as 2022 continues, we'll continue to see good growth and good comeback. Now we have, with this latest Omicron variant of COVID and some other issues, we're seeing a little bit of a drop during March, but we are very hopeful that that'll come back towards summertime. We're doing a lot to try to develop air service, and part of that is through marketing the airport and marketing the service. We always tell everybody, you know, you really want to make sure you're focused on using the airport and using the asset that you have here. That tells the airlines that they need to add more service when you're using it. So we always encourage everybody to make the Tri-City Airport your first choice whenever you're booking flights anywhere. I'm going to wrap that up. I know that was a very brief overview of what's happened with the airport over the last couple of years since the last time we presented, but I also know that we want to talk about the foreign trade zone and we want to talk about Aerospace Park. So unless you have any questions for me at this moment, I'm going to turn it over to Mark to talk about those two items. All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Gene. In my role as Business Development Director at Tri-Cities Airport, I do a number of things, one of which is the marketing of Aerospace Park, and another is the administration and marketing of Foreign Trade Zone number 204. Now, Washington County has been a member of the Foreign Trade Zone Regional Project since 1996, when the U.S. Department of Commerce granted the Tri-Cities Airport Commission the authority to establish and operate a Foreign Trade Zone. So I work directly with the U.S. Department of Commerce Foreign Trade Zones Board. So I wanted to give you Mitch thought it would be a good idea for me to come out and give an update on Foreign Trade Zone and kind of explain what it is. I'm going the wrong way. I got it upside down. So a Foreign Trade Zone is basically just a secure, defined area that is outside of the territory of U.S. Customs and Border Protection. You can think of it somewhat as a foreign country. So businesses that operate within Foreign Trade Zones are able to, the primary benefit is that they can bypass the customs clearance process when they bring merchandise into the country. So they can bring merchandise in, they can manipulate it, manufacture within a zone, send it back out without paying customs duties on it. So it's a way to alleviate some of the cost of doing business, manufacturing, and importing. Also, a Foreign Trade Zone is a necessary economic development tool. When your economic development professionals in the area, when they get RFIs from site selection consultants or prospects looking to manufacture, one of the things on that is going to be, do you have a Foreign Trade Zone? If you don't, a lot of times you're going to be checked off and won't have an opportunity to recruit that prospect. Like I said, our zone was established in '96. Oversight and enforcement is done by Customs Port 2027, which is located at Tri-Cities Airport. They are responsible for any entries that come into the zone, any entries that go out. Actually, it is called an entry when it goes out of the zone, and enforcement of record keeping and that sort of thing. I went over the business benefits. It's basically a way to alleviate the cost of importing and to lower the playing field with manufacturers overseas. That's the intent of the Foreign Trade Zones project. Community benefits of the FTZ. Like I said, economic development is a big deal. Your site selection consultants are going to require FTZ when they are helping a client select a location for relocation or expansion. It does maintain competitiveness with other economic development territories. There are over 300 foreign trade zones in the country, and basically any community of medium size and up is going to have a foreign trade zone that they offer manufacturers. And also increases entries and sustainability for our customs port, which is a big deal. It's not necessarily a big deal because our customs port is going to be there, but it does give them, if it ever got to a case where customs was looking to maybe cut some programs and some projects, then our customs port could say, well, we do the entries for the foreign trade zone, and it just gives them another thing to bolster their case here. And I try not to get too complicated with FTZ, but I know it's a complicated topic. So does anybody have any questions about it? Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
I guess.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, for example, Eastman Chemical Company operate their entire Kingsport 1,000-acre campus is designated as foreign trade zone site. And so their new plastics recycling facilities, they're actually importing scrap plastic or junk plastic. And believe it or not, that carries a tariff on it. So they're bringing that into their Kingsport facility, and they'll be able to eliminate the customs duties on that product. And then depending on what happens to that, what they do with that plastic when it's in their foreign trade zone site, if they manufacture it into a completely different product and ship that back out of the country, it's just as if that imported product never entered the United States domestic economy, so they don't pay customs duties on it. Yeah.
I guess how much freight comes through that foreign trade zone right now, I guess annually?
Well, keep in mind that the customs port and the foreign trade zone are totally different things. So we do have a lot of freight that comes through the customs port. Foreign trade zone, you're not going to have at any given time very many operators. You'll have a lot of users that use the foreign trade zone, for example, to explore sourcing their imported product from other countries that may have higher duty rates. It gives them that comfort zone to be able to go out and explore different partners and that sort of thing that may have a higher duty rate when it comes into the country. As far as zone operators, we've had a number throughout the years. Eastman Chemical is the only zone operator right now, but they're doing quite a bit of entry in the foreign trade zone.
All right.
Anybody else? No. Okay, now we'll talk about Aerospace Park. If you look at the slide on the screen, you'll see a mock-up of what Aerospace Park could look like if it were completely built out, and some of the job studies that we have had done in the past have said it could contain upwards of 1,500, 2,000 jobs if it was entirely built out. Also, to the left of the screen, you can see the 4 large aircraft at the bottom. Those are modeled after Boeing 777s, which are among the largest commercial aircraft flown today. So it just gives you an idea of the scale of the site. Aerospace Park is 160 acres. All 160 acres have access to our 8,000-foot main runway, as Gene said. All of the utilities are in place around the perimeter of the park, and it is a Select Tennessee certified site, meaning that all due diligence has been done on the site so that when a prospect decides they want to come build here, they'll know that they're not going to have any environmental hangups, archaeological hangups, or anything like that. It says 160 acres. This just shows how it could be broken down into various classes of aircraft. We have a mixed group at the far right, large commercial like the Boeing 777s, like I spoke of earlier, on the far left. And there is an area that is more appropriate for helicopter and light general aviation where we have a new FAA ramp. The site really got started back when the Air Cargo Logistics Center was built in '96, and the land adjacent to it was graded out mostly to be for expansion of that cargo site, but it's turned out that it's more useful to us as industrial development. Over the years, there has been more than $36 million invested into the site, whether that comes from relocating Hamilton Road or grading or anything like that. And as you know, Washington County was part of a regional partnership that put more than $8.5 million into the site preparation. Here's a breakdown of the funding between the various members of that partnership. And as far as the site itself, it's done. I guess that's correct, right, Gene? It's completely finished. It was declared substantially complete in August. And it's just some interesting facts. 1.2 million cubic yards of dirt were moved. And the interesting thing is that really no fill dirt was needed. It was a mountain that we shoved into a hill, and it worked out perfectly. We have over a mile of access roads and, like I said, 160 acres for future development. This is just an aerial photo that was taken right after Summers Taylor got all of the equipment off of the site. And you can see the new FAA ramp that was constructed, I believe it was last year. It's the darker ramp in the picture. As far as marketing, we have several industry sectors that we try to target. Target MRO is a big one. That stands for maintenance, repair, and overhaul. So that's any business that would service an aircraft when it flies in and flies out. Manufacturers, assembly centers, paint facilities. We try to cast a broad net on who we recruit. We attend a number of industry events, MRO Americas, MBAA. These are a good opportunity for us to network within the industries. A lot of those conferences, unfortunately, were not held over the past couple of years due to COVID. And this is just an example of one of our smaller displays that we would take to one of these conferences. One advantage that we do have is that all of our economic development partners, from the state level to TVA economic development, and our local economic developers do have a focus on aerospace and advanced manufacturing. And we have had a number of interested prospects over the past couple of years, not as many as it's slowed down quite a bit due to COVID. I think that goes for almost any industry, but we do continue to have interest in the site. And that's all I have. Does anyone have any questions about Aerospace Park? Yes, sir.
Maybe as other people are. You said it started in '96, is that right?
Well, that's when the south side development of the airport started, yeah.
And is there any facilities out there now that employs people? Is there any, do we have
yeah, there's a helicopter maintenance operation out there called Air 2, and oh, you're right here. I don't guess go any further than that on what Air 2 is.
So as far as what we have out there right now, we have several businesses out on the airport that really support economic impact at the airport, but the only one that is even in Aerospace Park is Air 2, and they're in our older cargo facility that's been around for a while. Keep in mind that there was no place for anybody to build up until about 2 years ago when we finished the grading of that area. And then almost to the point we were at the point where we could start bringing people in. COVID hit, and the airline industry, the aviation industry just literally grounded itself. So we're back in that mode where we're almost where we were 2 years ago, starting to get interest again, starting to get people looking at the possibility of building and developing in our aerospace park.
That's good. I wish you well. Yeah.
We're working on it.
Full, yeah.
One of the challenges, Mitch reminded me, I reported on this earlier today, one of the challenges we have is funding from the state. For those of you who don't know, for probably a good 30 years, the state has a transportation equity fund that has been funded through aviation fuel taxes. Over the last 5 years or so, they've been doing away with those aviation fuel taxes, and the aviation or the transportation equity fund that has helped us build infrastructure on the airport is going away. We anticipate that over the next 3 to 4 years it will disappear completely. So we are working with the state to try to, there are a group of airport directors that manage the 5 commercial service airports in the state, are working with both the state administration, the House and Senate, and the governor's office to try to find ways to replace that funding, which is incredibly important. We compete with states around us, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, and even all the way down to Florida, if you want to talk about competition, that the states put a lot of money into this type of economic development, and we're struggling almost all the time to try to find support. Obviously, you can see where that's a problem. If you get a company that has 5 airports to choose from, and one of the states they're in is offering them a lot of money to go in there, that kind of makes us a little bit harder to sell. Now, we do have a wonderful property right up against runways and taxiways in a place that's wonderful to live in and work in, and that has generated a lot of interest from people. We've had several companies over the last few months that are starting to get back into the aspect of we could build again, and we're entertaining them. We've just recently hired a consultant that can help us search out and look for those companies, as well as continuing our partnership with our regional economic development folks. So we're on the path, I believe, to get someone out there and get someone building. We're really looking forward to the economy of the United States recovering, and us being a part of that recovery here in Tennessee. Any other questions for us? Thank you all for letting us come and present to you. We appreciate it. We try to get back around every once in a while and make sure you know what's going on with your airport. It is your airport, and we appreciate your involvement and all the help that you give us in everything that we do. Thank you so much for it.
Thank you, Gene. All right. Our next item is a proclamation in recognition and honoring Commissioner Mike Ford. Mayor, if you'll come up to the podium.
I've got asked the family to step forward if they'd like to. We're honored to have some of Mike's family with us tonight. Community. Yeah, actually, it's the whole community. Certainly, it's sad to lose Mike. We all miss him a lot. But this is a happy occasion as we have an opportunity to celebrate Mike's commitment to the community and to his family. Thank you all for being here. Whereas from humble beginnings in Fordtown, a community that adopted his family name due to the number of people with that surname who live in the area, Mike Boots Ford graduated Sulphur Springs High School and demonstrated unwavering devotion to his parents, his 12 siblings, his extended family, and the broader community, including the New Hope Brethren Church congregation and all Washington County residents. And whereas, known for his ability to share his opinions on Washington County Board of County Commission matters without offending or taking offense, Ford was serving his third term as a Washington County Commissioner at the time of his death and leaves behind a legacy not only for his participation, but how he conducted himself. And whereas Mike treated everyone with dignity, whether that person was an inmate working under Ford's supervision in the kitchen of Washington County Sheriff's Department during his 26-year tenure, a constituent, an elected official, or a member of the public encountered in Ford's 27 years as a Sheriff's Department Reserve Officer. And whereas, with a servant's heart, Ford brought his talent for cooking to the community by hosting spaghetti suppers, barbecues, and other meals to raise funds when families were in need, or to share in fellowship with friends and neighbors, and brought his talent for singing when the occasion called for it. And whereas Mike's ability to honor America with the 31 words of the Pledge of Allegiance affirmed his respect for the values and freedom that the flag represents, he inspired others to a higher level of loyalty and patriotism. And whereas his pride and love for his family and his community motivated Ford's curiosity, enthusiasm, and hard work, and his love of country called him to serve 8 years in the U.S. Army National Guard. And whereas his commitment was always to the people of Washington County, and as in his own words, Ford wanted the residents of Washington County to feel proud. And therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Washington County, Tennessee, that we hereby recognize and honor Mike Ford for his devotion to Washington County, his enthusiasm for preserving and sharing Washington County history, his leadership in serving the community, his patriotism, and for the service as an example of how to treat one another with dignity and kindness while demonstrating integrity and pride. Jan, we're missing. I want to thank you for being here. We are Mike. Would you like to say anything, Jan? You couldn't. Thank you all for being here.
Thanks, Joe.
I'll go ahead and take a motion to approve the proclamation. Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, seconded by Commissioner Carragher to approve the proclamation. All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. And the proclamation carries, passes.
Mr. Chairman, we have one other proclamation in recognition of General Heart Defect Awareness, the week of February 7th through the 14th. Those folks are not available to be here tonight. The proclamation is in your packet. It's signed, and we will deliver it to them at the appropriate time.
All right, you did go ahead and sign it for them though, right, Mayor, so that they could use that during their week?
I have verification.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. Do I have a motion to go ahead and approve that proclamation? Commissioner Malone, is that a motion? Yes, sir. Second by Commissioner Fitzgerald. Second by, I'll get a third from you, Commissioner Kane. All right. Questions or comments on the proclamation? All right. All in favor of approving the proclamation signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. And the proclamation passes. Next item is to receive and consider the minutes for our January 24th meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Do I have a motion? Motion made by Commissioner Jones, second by Commissioner Tester, to receive the minutes. Questions or discussion? Questions been called. All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. And the minutes are accepted and the motion passes. On to item 10 is elections, appointments, and confirmations. Our first one is resolution number 220204, is a resolution confirming the mayor's appointments to the Emergency Communications Board. Do we have a motion? Motion made by Commissioner Carragher. Commissioner Jones, did you second that?
I will second it.
Okay. Seconded by Commissioner Jones. Questions or discussion? Questions been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, 12 yes, 1 abstained, 1 absent, and the resolution passes. Next resolution is resolution 220205, is a resolution appointing a member to the Agriculture Extension Committee. Do I have a motion? Motion made by Commissioner Fitzgerald, seconded by Commissioner Jones. Discussion or questions? Questions been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, 13 yes, 1 absent, the resolution passes. This next resolution is resolution number 220206, a resolution confirming the mayor's appointments to the Budget Committee. Do I have a motion? Okay. All right. Let's get the motion on the floor. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make the motion.
Motion made by Commissioner Carragher, seconded by Commissioner Fitzgerald to approve the resolution. Now we'll open up for questions and discussion. Commissioner Jones?
I have a concern with these nominations, and I certainly appreciate all of the work our commissioners do, Carragher and Kate. But worry a little bit about the fact that they will cease to serve on the commission in the fall. So their terms would be quite short. And I would assume, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that we would then need to make new appointees. The fact that they're rolling off means that a couple of us that might still be around wouldn't have the opportunity to serve on the budget committee and learn the ropes a little. And I feel like we need a deeper bench of people on the commission in the fall that understand the budget well. And that's something we talked about a little bit, Commissioner Harris brought up yesterday. So I would really like to see some folks that plan to continue to serve as understudies, over the next 6 months, and then capable to continue to serve in the fall and carry that knowledge forward, especially since Commissioners Wheeler and Malone have really served long terms and may want to have the confidence to take a break at some point and leave that with someone else. I also appreciate the particular content knowledge that Commissioners Kate and Carragher bring as bankers, and I think that's very intuitive that they might be good for the committee. But also to some of what we discussed last night, I think we should consider some folks who don't have the financial background to serve on the committee, who are likely to see things differently and who are likely to sort of take a layman's eye to the fiscal matters and help make that more translatable or understandable to the rest of the commission or even to the public, since people like myself don't have necessarily all of the same language. So to me, there's value in those two reasons for different appointees. And to that end, I would suggest that the mayor reconsider and maybe think about some of the commissioners that look like they may be serving onward. Davenport, Fitzgerald, Williams, Huffine, and myself be considered.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Carragher?
Well, Mr. Jones, I think up to the voters, there might be just very few people that will be reelected. So I would think that Mr. Skate and I will do our jobs. We've got a ton of experience in financial statements and budgets, and we've seen enough new companies start up that we have a good understanding of the business side of it. So, I would hope that, our service in the past and our experience would guide everybody to vote for us.
Commissioner Fitzgerald? January 1st is actually when the Budget Committee would be reappointed. Now, in that instance, if we do lose members during the election, we'd have to come back and the mayor would have to bring forward nominees. It wouldn't be up to us to select the nominees. Mayor?
I think one of the things that will be a little bit different about this cycle will be a lot more engagement by the full board as we go through this budget process. So while the full board really doesn't become the budget committee in this particular cycle, there's going to be a lot of activity and interaction between the full board, budget committee, and the office holders and department heads that represent the budget dollars as we build the budget for FY23. So I think it's really, we're in a pretty good place to get a lot of board training over the next 4 or 5 months, and these people will, the people that are recommended here will serve as a really good foundation for that board, for the full board's actions.
Commissioner Williams?
I have wondered if the budget committee was too small, if it needs to have another member or two for all the time.
That's a good question. I think, I don't know if the 57 Purchasing Act, which does cover our budget committee, covers the number of members. Ms. Wilkinson, do you recall, does it cover that number?
It is a statutory, am I on?
You are now.
Thank you, sir. First, if I may, before I answer your question directly, I did want to point out that this is a committee that's created by statute. And so to the point of, and it's been talked about from a practical perspective, but in fact, under the law, because a member of the committee need not be a member of the governing body, this commission, I don't think that someone would be disqualified from serving as a budget committee member just because they no longer served as a commissioner. So that is something I think to think about, is just to think about what the law actually is in this statute before going too far afield with some of those other practical concerns about what the individuals might bring, which you would consider in your confirmation. The number of members that are on this committee is to be determined annually by the legislative body. So I don't think that that is something I've seen happen in the past 3 years or so, but I do recall that that is part of the statute.
Commissioner Wheeler?
Is that, I happened to look up the statute, and I'm looking at 512-104, it says the committee shall consist of 5 members. Is there something else that changes that?
Well, it's population-based, and it does, and I don't know what the population was, but I think that if you go further down, that populations of not less than this or more than that do have that option. I haven't researched that, but that is in the statute. Commissioner Wheeler's correct that the statute actually states that it'll be 5 members for everyone's benefit, so everyone knows that except as provided by this certain subsection, that the committee shall consist of 5 members, one of whom shall be the county mayor, and the other 4 shall be appointed by the county mayor with the approval of the county governing body at its regular January session of each year or at any subsequent session. So I have that because we had the appointment on the agenda, but I don't have any research for the facts that you're looking at.
And that's just under the 57 Act, right? I mean,
yes, sir.
There's several different acts with different stipulations in those. So that just happens to be our act.
That's right. This is specific to the county budgeting law of 1957, and that a budget committee shall be created.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Several questions, good discussion. Is there anything else that we'd like to consider or questions to be asked? Commissioner Wheeler?
So this is something I didn't know until just a few minutes ago. There will not be vacancies starting in September. These folks can serve all the way through the year. Is that correct? I guess.
Well, and I haven't researched that. If you're asking, and I think you're looking over in my direction, I haven't researched that. I didn't know in advance to look if there's maybe an AG opinion or something like that, but I do have the statute because of the appointment being here, and it does say that. So not that I want to opine on the fly, but it does allow for these appointed members of the budget committee. They could be laymen or non-commissioners at this time. So I would expect the law or a court or an AG, attorney general, to opine that because of that, they could continue in that service.
Oh, so he's pretty quick on that, wasn't he, Commissioner Harris?
One quick, I guess, question. I think Commissioner Kate and Carriger, you couldn't beat one of them to be on there. I think they do a fine job. I said that last night, not even knowing it was going to be appointed tonight, but I think Commissioner Jones too has some very valid points there. And I guess hearing all this back and forth, what you're saying is if I'm not running, I know they're not running, so even though they're not going to be on the commission, they can still be on the budget committee. I just personally, that might be the law, but I would just hope that since they're not running, they would let somebody else at the point they leave off the commission. I mean, that's a very important part of the commission. I think it ought to be a commissioner that serves on that budget committee. That might be the law, but all my years in county government and Unicoi and what I've been here, I've never known of anybody that wasn't on the commission serving on the budget committee. So I guess that's my only, I have no problem. I'll hope for you to stay on there, but I would hope that you all would, at the point your term runs up, let a commissioner come in. That's just the way I would say.
Commissioner Carriger.
Commissioner Harris, I hear what you're saying, and I understand, appreciate it. Mr. Kate and I still will be taxpayers of Washington County. We have an interest in making sure the budgets are good and that we ride herd on our expenses and taxes. We can assure you that.
I really would, but I just feel like that's a very important part of the commission to have a member on the, that's almost 2/3 would be non-commissioners at that point, right?
Well, then again, you gotta look at our expertise.
Yeah, I agree with that,
Commissioner Huffine.
So I think we have two very, very valid points here. Bench strength is always important, succession plans, and I don't know that we do a really good job just because of the nature of the government for succession plans. Maybe a possible suggestion here is take full advantage of the expertise that we have here with these two gentlemen. But while we have access to that expertise, at the point the mayor realizes they're going to be replaced, if he could go ahead and select two people and let's put them in training for a couple months and be able to absorb as much knowledge off of those two possible, would put them in a much, much better place to hit the ground running. So just a suggestion as we move forward to sort of improve our transitions and enhance knowledge of future commissioners, whoever they may be.
I'm sure they can attend all the budget committee meetings they want to between now and then, and they'll be ready to go. I will refer back a number of years ago, this discussion did come at up here in the commission, and that was when we were in the old courthouse, and Mayor Eldridge had proposed a couple of folks that on the budget committee. There was a lot of good discussion with that, and we are here. I think you were there that time, Mayor Grandy. I think me and you may have been on different sides of that. I can't remember, but anyway, there was a lot of good discussion then, as there is now, about it. So, Commissioner Wheeler.
I was prepared to just vote for this and still am, but I wasn't gonna say a word, but I am gonna say something with respect to, I think there's a lot of expertise in the community that could potentially serve a budget. However, I think I like Mr. Huffine, because if you have to present this budget, or this vice chairman, I think bring the budget forward, this would be a good time. You lose something if you don't have, it's kind of hard to do that to begin with. You're coming in, and every year we've done so far, we faced a lot of, what y'all think about that? We don't have any ideas what you should have done. What do you think about that? And the idea that we do that with only two commissioners serving on that budget committee, trying to do that, to me, is a lot tougher. I'm not saying, I think we'll be fine this year with these guys serving all the way through the year. But I think I will make sure I'm staying in mind that I think going forward it is important for the standpoint of operating the budget committee member, that you got 4 of the members on this commission, 3 of the members beside yourself, that have been a part of building that budget and bringing it forward to the commission. So again, I'm fine with these guys serving the rest of the year, but I would suggest that next year we ask the mayor to consider that. And of course, he's a part of those committee, and he wants to move forward to as smoothly as we can.
Call the question.
The question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, 12 yes, 1 absent, 1 no, and the resolution passes. All right, our next item is resolution number 22, 0207 is a resolution confirming appointment of Mayor Joe Grandy as a member of the Board of Directors of the Washington County Johnson City Animal Control Center. Now, there is the mayor serves on the Animal Control Board. Is that correct, Ms. Wilkinson? We need to clear that up.
Yes, sir. I'm happy to clear that up. And this resolution is written to reflect that. I think that there's a chart that's kept that talks about, doesn't talk about anything, that reflects when people come off of boards. And it reflected a resolution from the past that had a date certain when Mayor Grandy's term on this board would end, when in fact the rule is that the mayor serves on this. And so this appointment is specific to that requirement. So that's why you see the reflection of the 2018 resolution. But the bylaws of the Washington County Johnson City Animal Control Center actually provide that the position is held by the county mayor. And so that resolution stated a termination date that really didn't need to be in there. Mayor Grandy continues to be the mayor, and his service on that board would continue, and this resolution just makes that clear.
All right. So as long as you're the mayor, you're on the Animal Control Board. All right.
Or his designee. If he chose to designate someone, he could do that.
Motion made by Commissioner Huffine, second by Commissioner Wheeler to approve the resolution. Questions or discussion? Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, 13 yes, 1 absent, the resolution passes. Next resolution is resolution number 220208, is a resolution creating and appointing Commissioner Freddie Malone as an at-large member to the Arpa Special Committee. Motion made by Commissioner Jones to approve the resolution. Have a second? Second by Commissioner Kate. Discussion or questions? Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, 12 yes, 1 abstains, 1 absent, the resolution passes. The next resolution is Resolution 220209, is a resolution appointing Ronald V. Hite as a Washington County representative to the Bright Ridge Board. Have a motion made by Commissioner Carriger. Have a second? Second by Commissioner Fitzgerald to approve the resolution. Discussion or questions? Commissioner Harris?
I know at one of our last meetings, I think Commissioner Williams had asked that what the compensation was for a Bright Ridge board member. And since then, I'd sent Mr. Dykes an email, and I appreciate the quick response. I wish we got that type of response from anybody we sent emails to, because he was right on it, and I appreciate it. It's $200 a month. That's their compensation, to be on the Bright Ridge board. So I just thought I'd reach out to him and ask. I knew that had come up. But I've got one thing on this. I know this is one appointment, but I realize, the mayor is also on here. And should I talk about that now or wait till it's his time to talk with my concerns over that?
Is it concerning this particular appointment? Could we go ahead and vote on that one?
Okay, yes.
And then come right back to you, Commissioner?
Okay, yes.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Malone?
Well, one question I had, and I actually thought it was the question maybe Commissioner Harris was going to ask, but I do not know, I think it's General Hite. I do not know him personally, but because of the ETSU connection, I have some awareness, and I know he has a very impressive resume, and I think could serve well on the Bright Ridge board. But at this particular point in time, I just wonder if the commission would prefer to have one of our own to serve and represent the commission on the Bright Ridge Board. So I will pose that as a question.
I think in answering, before I answered that question, I think I would like for our attorney to weigh in if that is a commissioner's seat, according to the charter of the Power Board. Ms. Wilkinson, could you answer that for us?
Yes, if you will give me just a moment so that I'm not looking.
We have plenty of time.
Thank you. Just to step through it. So the Johnson City Energy Authority, and I'm not an expert on their bylaws, but it did have an initial set of board of directors, and then it stated that each appointment after that would be appointed further to the statute. So that's where I would turn, because this is not an original appointment. So the original appointments currently exist, and then we would go to the statute and determine that, and it does not have to be a commissioner, or it's not like other boards that state that it shall be of a particular government member. So let me just flip to what it does say. Bear with me. So I've got the Municipal Energy Authority Act, and I just want to make sure with the actual appointment that I'm putting those two together.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Carriger, well,
I've known General Hott for a number of years. I can't think of a finer man. Born and raised in this area, three-star general. He serves on a lot of other boards nationally. And I guess I thought that with our current situation we're involved in, with Bright Ridge, would it not be smart to have somebody that's not a county commissioner until the litigation matter is settled?
I suppose.
Yes.
My only question and concern is, I mean, we have had representation on the Bright Ridge Board for some time, and I think even our mayor served on the Bright Ridge Board as a commissioner. So it doesn't sound as if there's a preclusion to that position being held by a commissioner. I guess I just wonder, and sometimes you don't know what you're missing until something comes up. But I don't know that, since, and many of you have been on the commission much longer than I have, but I don't know that I've ever gotten a report back from our appointees to the Bright Ridge Board about, hey, here's what's going on, here's what's good, here's what's bad, here's how you can help. And it's not necessarily a criticism of anybody that's been serving in the past, but especially if we appoint someone that is not a member of this body, I posed the question, how do we get regular updates? Now, certainly, Mr. Dykes comes from time to time and will give us updates on broadband or other items, but no offense, oftentimes that's the glossy picture that is wanted to be painted, and not necessarily here's what we're struggling with. So if it's not a member of our body, and again, nothing against General Hyatt, certainly, but I would ask, if it's not a member of our body, how do we get updates? I don't know the answer to that question.
Well, the chief executive officer of the executive branch of government, the mayor, serves, normally in this situation, would serve as well on the Bright Ridge Board, and would bring regular reports back to the commission. Commissioner Wheeler?
We all know that Bright Ridge has been and continues to be it's not only a important part of our economic development of our region, but beyond it, And they have tremendous leadership, they've been a tremendous partner, and we want to move forward as partners. Our partners in Johnson City have representation from the Commission on the board, and I think that helps develop that relationship. I think it's great that the mayor's serving on there, but I don't think it's great at all for us to have a commission representative on the board. I think we set aside personalities in this. I have any problem with Jim Hyatt. But we got, our first responsibility is to look at our relationship with our board and how we move forward with that. With that in mind, I would amend the motion to approve the resolution to change the appointment to a member of the board, and I would move that appoint Commissioner Malone.
I'll second that. Yeah, I'm going to defer and say, I would be honored and privileged to serve on our Regis board at some point in the future. There may be a point in time when that is appropriate, but I'm going to decline. I just don't think I'm the right person at this time. I can offer alternate suggestions, but
If,
thank you for the honor.
so, thank you for the amendment, Commissioner. I think Ms. Wilkinson is ready to finish answering that question. So, Ms. Wilkinson, while we're at a stopping point, just a moment, if you would.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to confirm my recollection. I'm looking at the bylaws of the organization because there is a ratio of Johnson City to other members, and the provision that I wanted to confirm was that no local governing body may appoint as director more than one member of the governing body, and I think that is responsive to what you're looking at. Each governing body having an appointment authority, and in this instance, it would include Johnson City and Washington County, is limited to appointing only one of its governing body members as a director. And I think the town of Jonesboro also has a member on there, so I left them out when I referenced the municipalities. So it doesn't say how many you must have, but it says you're limited to one. So it does not have to be a commissioner, but you may not have more than one commissioner serving at any given time.
So that means if the mayor is serving, a commissioner can't, correct? Or
That's
vice
correct.
versa?
I would say that's correct, because you're asking if the commissioner could serve at the same time as the county mayor? Is that your question?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Wheeler, I'm sorry, I missed your hand.
So they could serve at the same time?
Yes, sir. They could serve at the same time. The limitation, as I read it, is that it's specific to members of the governing body. And the county mayor is the chief executive and general agent of the county.
So the reason stated prior, I'll move that we amend the motion to appoint Commissioner Huffine to accept the nominations. I'll second that.
Go ahead.
We have a motion. Yes, Commissioner Davenport.
Yeah, I guess, in looking at this, and thinking about it, I mean, throughout this commission, we have talked about how this community evolves, is what, and everything, I don't think should be necessarily controlled by 15 members on this commission. I think having experts, and we have a lot of them, and we all know that. And we think we have an expert here that can serve us well. Which means serve the Brockridge Board well. And as far as feedback and things like that, I for one sat on the EMS board. I don't come and give things on EMS. We can start, but we serve on a lot of them. And so I'm happy and excited when we have opportunities for our public to sit on these boards. So therefore, I'd like to support, I support having someone from outside for that reason.
Thank you, Commissioner Davenport. Is there any Any further questions or discussion before we vote on the amendment? Commissioner, would you repeat that, Commissioner Wheeler? I've not gotten it wrote down exactly yet.
We amend the resolution to appoint Commissioner Huffine to the top board.
Okay. All right. Did somebody else have, Commissioner Harris, you had a question.
I think everybody's made very good points. And I guess my biggest concern is, over this past year, dealing with the Bitcoin situation and many other things, I think it's become evident how vitally important our representatives are on this Bright Ridge Board. And I think when you look at the fact that we're going to be voting tonight to spend $2 million of our money, and it's going to be internet for people in the county. Currently we really have, I think Dan Brandt's term had run out, but I did look back. I think he did attend the meeting. The mayor's took a leave of absence, which I want to address at the appropriate time. We really don't have anybody on there representing us. And that's a public utility. We're big part of it. And I appreciate Bright Ridge, but I think we need to, I don't know General Hyatt, but if Commissioner Carragher says he's a fine man, I would take it to the bank and deposit it. But I just feel like we do need somebody. And in my almost 4 years on the commission, I'm like Commissioner Malone. The mayor's never give us a report of what's going on Bright Ridge. Maybe it's my fault for not asking. I took it for granted, just like when I voted for Red Dog, I took it for granted. Bad vote. But I think we do need somebody that will easily report back to us. And I know that from what I've seen out of Commissioner Huffine, he's on top of things, yeah. So that's my 2 cents.
Right. Commissioner Jones, did you have your hand up?
Well, I guess I was just going to say that it would be my preference that we have General Haidt and one of our commissioners. And I've asked several times, with the mayor taking a leave of absence, can someone serve in his place? But it seems like we never get an answer to that or haven't taken any action on that.
Maybe Ms. Wilkinson could answer that for us. Could you do that, Ms. Wilkinson, while you have the page turned to that part of the book?
Would you mind repeating the question?
Could someone serve in the place of the mayor during this time of his absence away from the power board? Is that correct?
My recollection is that it would only be in the event of a vacancy and that would have to be through death or resignation or removal, and that there was a 90-day period. So I don't think that a leave of absence would trigger the bylaws. I'm hesitant not to, I want to read the whole agreement and of course consider any statutes, but just looking down at it right now, I would say that the bylaws appear to be written to anticipate an actual vacancy, and I've not seen anything interpreting a leave of absence as an actual vacancy, since it's defined vacancies are created by the 3 circumstances that they put in their bylaws.
Right. Right. Well, let's remember we're speaking of the amendment right now, and the amendment is to replace Commissioner Huffine on this resolution to be as our nominee to the power board, and that's the amendment. Commissioner Kate?
Is that in addition to the mayor's seat on the power board?
Yes.
So you have 2.
You'd have you'd be the mayor plus either General Haidt or Commissioner Huffine if the amendment's approved.
Call for the question.
Thank you, Commissioner. The question's been called. We are voting on the amendment. And that is to amend the resolution placing Commissioner Huffine in the nomination. Or onto the resolution, correct, Commissioner Wheeler? Yeah. All right, Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote. 10 yes. Is that a 2 or a 3? 3 no, and 1 absent. All right. All right, that does amend. We will go back to vote on the amendment now as amended. Commissioner Carragher?
I don't want to see General Hyde get in the middle of a political squabble, therefore I would withdraw my motion. Man deserves better than that.
Right, you withdrew the motion. Commissioner Wheeler?
There may be a political squabble going on. There's also the business of the county, and it's not, this is part of the business of the county, it has to be dealt with. And I somewhat resent the suggestion that everything we do is based on political squabble or sidewalk. That's not what this is. That's not what my motion was. And I will move to approve the resolution of the list.
We have a motion to approve the resolution as amended. Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Harris. Any questions or discussion?
What are we voting on, Mr. Chairman?
We are voting we replace the name of General Hyatt really on the resolution and place Commissioner Huffines' name in consideration on that resolution. And that is resolution 220209. That would be the only change. Any further questions or discussion?
Call for question.
Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote. 12 yes, 1 no, 1 absent, the resolution passes. That concludes our report of nomination. Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Harris, I promised you I'd come back to you right after we close that out.
I'll just say this, I think we could have a good, one of the main reasons I just voted for Commissioner Huffine, we don't have, like I said, really any representation right now on the Bright Ridge Board. The mayor's took a leave of absence. If General Hyatt, I'm sure, is a good man. I've called on the mayor before to resign off the Bright Ridge Board, and I told him I felt it was very important that we have representation on it. And I sent an email to all of you. I think it would be a very simple task tonight if he would resign. We could appoint General Hyatt. My main concern with voting for Mr. Huffine is having a voice, somebody reporting back to us. The mayor's not been on there since November. I don't know if he's still receiving that whopping salary of $200 or not since he's took his leave of absence. I guess I could send Mr. Dykes an email and find out, but I hope he's not. But it's, I would just think that it would be the right thing to do, Mayor, to step down. I think you would agree that it's very important that we have representation on that board. That's an important board. Tonight, we're going to be voting to possibly give $2 million to Bright Ridge for internet service, which is desperately needed. I don't think anybody could argue that point in the county. And I think it would be great to have our board fully represented on the Bright Ridge Board. From what I understand, you've been subpoenaed as a witness for Red Dog. If I'm wrong, you might correct me. That case may drag on for years. Hopefully, we're going to win. We've got a fine attorney who's already won the big battle for us. But we may go in there in March and win, and they could appeal it. It could drag on and drag on and drag on, and you're going to be on leave, and we're not going to be represented. I would just ask you to please consider to do the right thing and resign from that board and let us appoint somebody so that the Washington County residents are fully represented on this Bright Ridge Board of Directors.
Mayor, would you like to respond? If I can get your microphone on.
So my leave of absence extended through the court case hearing on March 15th. There's no board meeting of Bright Ridge between now and then, and we have to reevaluate at that time.
I think that's being stingy, Mayor.
Commissioner Carragher?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think, if we wait till May and August, the voters will decide this matter. And I think, let's let the voters decide.
Right.
That's my feeling on this. I don't think we as commissioners, should take the right away from the voters. If they want, mayor to be reelected, he'll be reelected. If they want one of the opposition will get it. But I think, let's leave it in the hands of the voters. That's who we all work for.
Right. Any further questions? Commissioner Harris?
Mr. Carriger, but I totally disagree. If we leave it in the hands of the voters, that'll be September, which voters don't elect somebody to the Bright Ridge Board. Voters elect the mayor. And he's serving on the Bright Ridge Board because we put him on there, the commission. And if he doesn't resign, my plans is, I've spoke to the attorney and I know she's graciously, because I asked for it, give me the proper channels to go through, and I'm going to file a resolution, and I'm going to bring it up at our next commission meeting to have you removed from the Bright Ridge Board.
Commissioner Carriger?
I think whether we like it or not, I suspect that will be an issue in the election. So I think the voters are going to be aware of it, and I stand by what the voters say.
All right. Mayor, do you have anything else that you would like to respond before we leave this subject? All right. So any further comments? Right. All right. Let's move on to the Audit Committee report. Commissioner Malone?
Yes, exciting stuff. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You will find the minutes from the January audit meeting on page 56 of your packet. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to publicly thank those members that serve on the Audit Committee. That includes Jackie Stedman, Paige Carter, Mark Kinzer, and Tom Krieger. And so thanks to them for their service. And I think that serves as a good example of where we have members of our community that certainly have expertise in the area serving on an important committee. Also, I think it was Commissioner Harris that last night referenced Robert Anderson, one of our state auditors with the comptroller's office. But Robert is a very capable individual, and I think he and we had a new auditor this year, Paula, I think it's Paula Knight, that serves. Robert has done it now, I guess, ever since the state has been doing our audit. But I can report to you, and it's in the body of the minutes, but Washington County, I think, can be proud of its audit and what it's based on. The audit was clean. We have an unqualified opinion. There were no material weaknesses and internal controls, that sort of thing. There were 5 or 6 findings. When you turn an auditor loose, typically they're going to find something. But it was fewer findings than we've had in the past. We're certainly making improvements, and I don't believe there were any findings associated with the general fund. And so I think Washington County and its citizens can be proud of the audit and the work that goes into it. I would call your attention to page 58, the next page over. It is at this time each year, both in the Audit Committee, but also at this meeting and for this body, that we point out the opportunity for any of us, including the citizens, to report fraud, waste, or abuse. And the county participates with the state in their hotline. And so if anybody is aware of fraud, waste, or abuse associated with county government, here is the opportunity to report that. And so the 1-800 number is near the middle of that page. So with that, Mr. Chairman, unless there are questions, that concludes my report.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Commissioner Malone about the audit? Seeing none, Ms. Wilkinson, do you have anything to report before we move into executive session?
Yes, sir. I'll tell you what I had. Let me see if I've got this on. All right.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor, I'm sorry. We just talked to you all night long, so, no report? All right. Now, if you decide, you just let me know, and we'll come back to you, Mayor. All right. All right, Ms. Wilkinson, I'm sorry.
It's all right. You sure? So I did actually want to bring you a brief report, and it's based on some general information that I wanted to give to you with a general timeline. And I want to be mindful that I say at the beginning, there is an executive session on the agenda. It had been planned to be at the end of the meeting. It's not regarding all matters currently pending, but one particular matter that is set for trial, and that is the Washington County versus Bright Ridge matter. That said, I'm not going to go into any of the merits of the case. That wouldn't be appropriate. But a few months ago, I did want to be sure to give you something of a timeline so that you as commissioners, but also the county, had that general information that is requested most often from our office. So just going back in time, in November, Washington County sued Johnson City Energy Authority, which does business as Bright Ridge, for alleged, and I'll say alleged, unlawful use of property. It's the county's position that parcels of property adjoining a substation in Limestone are being used in violation of the Washington County zoning resolution. In legal jargon, it's called an intervention. When somebody steps in, it's a third party to the lawsuit, and says that they weren't named as a defendant, but they have an argument that they have a stake in the outcome. That is the intervener. And in this instance, there's a company called Red Dog Technologies, Inc., I think is their full name, or LLC, excuse me, Red Dog, let's call them that. And they requested the opportunity to be in that proceeding. And so I'm telling you that because I think that as commissioners, it's important for you to know this timeline, so that in the same way that the public knows this timeline, and that's why things have taken from November until now, was to allow that party to intervene. And you will recall then that the matter was set for a 3-day trial, and that was granted by the chancellor of our court here in Chancery Court in Washington County in the 1st District to put this matter on the expedited docket, to set aside 3 days of that court's time to address this core issue. Now, in the meantime, when Red Dog joined this lawsuit and said that it had an interest in the outcome, it alleged that if Washington County was allowed to enforce its zoning resolution, that Washington County would be liable to them for $41 million. So that was a claim for damages against the county, $41 million claim. I mentioned that in a prior update to you. There have been a number of hearings in this case. I think many of them have been covered by the media. The 22nd, which was Tuesday, some motions that had been filed were heard by the court. Evidence was presented and argument, but it was really a legal holding that Red Dog was not entitled to recover a $41 million damage claim based on Tennessee law, the allegations, and the pleadings. At the time of making that ruling, which has not been fully memorialized to writing, but Chancellor Rambo did come out and pronounce it on the record very clearly, he also granted the opportunity for the Red Dog to amend their pleadings. So I tell you that because I don't know what those pleadings will state. There's a 5-day period in which Red Dog will bring their pleadings. Washington County will review those pleadings and file any objection that's appropriate. But it's Washington County's intention to proceed with the trial on the matter, which is a 3-day trial. And that is March 14th, 15th, and 16th. It's a Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Red Dog, I believe, is the party that requested a jury trial. At this time, should the rulings stand the way they are and no further amendment comes forward that supports a damage claim, the trial will be limited to the enforcement of the zoning resolution as written, which does allow a public utility, which is not under Washington County's allegations in this case, and I'm trying to be fair when I say that, are not, the use as a Bitcoin mine would not be a lawful use. We've talked about that generally. There's a lot written about that. The pleadings are public record. If that's something that anybody would want to read in any great detail. Other than that, we do have what's called a dispositive motion, a summary judgment motion, pending with the court, which would say as a matter of law, without looking to any additional evidence, that the uncontroverted evidence in this case would allow the judge to rule as a matter of law that the use as a Bitcoin mine is a violation of the Washington County zoning resolution. Washington County has requested for the efficiency of the proceedings that matter be heard by the court on the 14th prior to the trial. Red Dog's claim in brief is that the zoning should not be enforced and they have their own argument about that, which I will leave to them, or if you'd like to read their pleadings. But I wanted to be sure that there's a nutshell version out there for you that you're receiving and that the county is receiving at the same time that the public is receiving it, so that you have that information. Executive session, for the benefit of any citizen or anyone here who's watching, is an exception to the open meetings rule, which allows members of the governing body to ask questions in a privileged attorney-client communication where they can ask for mental processes, strategies, and details that would not be appropriate to share about the merits of the case. So that is what has been requested to be moved up into this part of the meeting rather than at the end of the meeting. So I would recommend that commissioners consider having those questions in executive session unless there's something that would be appropriate for this report. But that's a long update for you, but I wanted to be sure that everyone had that information because a lot of questions come to us and we typically don't communicate directly with, even though we're a resource to the county, we typically don't communicate and make, statements on behalf of the county. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkinson. Is there any questions for the attorney? Commissioner Harris?
A question, I just want to say what a great job they've done. I've been really worried about this $40-some million that would break our county. And I know her co-counsel, Jeff Ward, he's represented me back when I was sheriff, so I think we've got a great team. I just want to say thank you publicly. So I think you're doing a fine job on that. And Jeff, I'm going to call him myself too.
Thank you. And thank you for reminding everyone there is another lawyer who is serving as counsel on this case. So it is a team effort. And Tiffany Matthews is a new legal assistant with the county, but she has certainly pitched in. We're a wee little team, but we are all working hard. And you know that I very heartily believe that it's a privilege to represent Washington County. I was born here, and it's an honor to bring my years of experience to be of service. So I appreciate the confidence the county places in me, and we will do our best. And thank you for the generous comments.
All right. Is there any questions before we move into executive session? Seeing none, let us adjourn back into executive session, and we will be back shortly.
nice. Thank you. So thoughtful.
Looks like we got enough folks in here to get started back. I'll call us back into regular session. Our next item on the agenda is the county trustee and clerk and master. It's Rick Story and Sarah. Rick, you and Sarah always, we wanted to keep you a little late. You got to stay late last time, didn't you, Rick?
Yes, we'd like to thank the commission for that.
Yeah, we appreciate you being here.
Yeah, specifically Commissioner Malone, no.
Just kidding, just kidding.
We're just kidding. We're happy to be here tonight to talk to you all and answer any questions that you may have about our upcoming tax sale. It's going to be held on the 9th. When we set the tax sale, we still had some social distancing rules that the Supreme Court had put in place on us, so we chose to do it again online this year. It was very successful last year, so hopefully that will continue this year. We really like GovEase. That's the company that we use to do the online tax sale. They did a great job last year.
And you currently have 100 and...
We have 141 as of today at 4:30, 141 parcels left still. I did email a list to everybody, so if you all see somebody on there that you know, try to get in touch with them, let them know. There is a copy of the list that gets updated. It'll be updated tomorrow. It's on our website, WashingtonCountyCourtsales.com. You can also get to that from the county's website. Go on our webpage and get there.
And as usual, we're coming back just identifying 14 parcels that are on there that were asked that the county approval for the county not to accept those if there should be struck off to the county.
Yeah, the value of those properties is far less than what is owed on them for taxes due to demolition liens, cleanup liens, things of that nature.
Same way you did last year.
Yes.
Some of them, same friends.
Yeah. Yeah, it did. It worked really well. Any questions? Yes.
Commissioner Harris?
The day before the sale. Yeah. Correct. Yeah, and if anybody needs any help, the company does a great job of helping to walk people through it. There's tutorials and things that will also help if you just don't want to call them, we'll help you. So, yeah. Yeah.
One question that was asked to me, Sarah, and I did not know the answer to this question. Maybe I did at one time. Is county employees and restricted from bidding in that sale?
They are not restricted because it is an auction.
Okay.
The only people who are restricted from bidding are people who have an ownership interest in the property.
Okay.
They have to register like this.
Right.
Yes, they have to register county if somebody
They have
wanted
to be
bid.
registered though.
Right.
At least the day before the sale, like Commissioner Harris said. All right. All right. Any further questions? We'll have that resolution coming up in here to approve the sale list, and that's coming up. We'll need to suspend a rule to consider that later on this evening.
Okay.
Since it didn't get to county on property this month, or it got there, we just didn't get it done. Commissioner Wheeler?
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of them not having to sit through nearly 32 resolutions, could we move that up so they could be part of the
Is that a motion?
That would be a motion.
Have a second? Second by Commissioner Tester.
I appreciate all the seconds and the original motion.
Well, now, all right, so we got a motion and second to move that up on the agenda. This will require us to suspend a rule to consider this. So we're going to go ahead and move it on through the agenda. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor of moving that item to be considered at this time, signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, that motion passes. All right, we need a motion to suspend a rule to consider that resolution. Motion made by Commissioner Huffine, seconded by Commissioner Kate, to suspend the rule, to consider the resolution. Right, and that is, which resolution was that? The 220231. Yeah, it's on page 238. All right. Any questions about suspending the rule? It requires 2/3 vote to suspend the rule. All those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? The rule is suspended to consider this resolution. Now, this resolution is 220231 is a resolution instructing the clerk and master not to offer a bid on behalf of the county for properties that have environmental risk or financial liabilities associated with the properties and or exceed the value of the parcel. We have a motion. Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, seconded by Commissioner Jones to approve the resolution. Questions or discussion? Commissioner Tester?
Yes, sir, thank you. I've got a couple questions.
Yes.
Property number 13 says that it has a right-of-way issue. I'm wondering if somebody could found that number.
13. Right of way. Are you looking at the William Smith?
Oh, no, it's, this is in the letter. Robert.
Oh, okay. It probably doesn't have access, so whoever purchased it would not be able to get to the property, is my guess. I think there has been some efforts to try to reach out to adjoining property owners on that.
Yeah, I think, is that the one down toward Greene County? I think there's.
I think so.
The one that I looked on the line, Commissioner, it came right up
Wait,
on
no.
it, and a track of Greene County came up there, and it looks like they just didn't leave them enough right away, so I don't know why they even let them put it like that, but, I remember looking, if that's what I'm thinking about, it was right on the Greene County, Washington County line.
Okay.
I believe that's
And then
correct.
My other question is, the resolution says in there, let's see. Basically, if the financial obligations or the risk exceed the value of the parcel, you cover this, I guess, but items, properties 3, 4, 5, and 11, the numbers that Mr. Towns gave us in this letter, the value of the property actually is more than what's owed in taxes, so that seems to.
Maybe with this city judgment.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to fit, but
I think maybe the wording isn't correct, but I think the issue, if you look on number 3 right there where it says the current judgment for city taxes is $21,000, and the county is like $1,657. Okay, if we take that back, if it's struck off to the county, we're going to have to pay for, the county is going to have to pay for the demolition in addition to the taxes. So we have kind of taken a position that we don't pay demolition. And the mayor has been working diligently with the city to see if they can set aside these demolition projects, and so they can get this back on the tax roll. I mean, the city has had demolitions occur the day before or day after a tax sale. Somebody thought they was buying a house and they went to look at the property and the house is gone. I think there's still a court action maybe on one of those now.
There is still
But that's,
an action.
Commissioner Tester, I think that is on some of those where the city's got cleanup liens or demolition liens on there.
And they also think that potentially the assessed value may be a little high because that was pre-demolition of the property, so they're. Correct.
Now they just, the city lists is there, when they turn their taxes in, they turn any liens in there as that, so, and we tried to pay, the trustee has tried to pay the city on some of these parcels, but they will not let us pay the taxes, the current taxes, unless we pay the demolition. So you get these properties just sit there and they just keep churning every year. You get the same folks.
so as far as we know, that like 3, 4, 5, 11, that was, the demolition would be the difference on all those, I guess.
Yeah, it's the same situation. There, you probably would not get the assessed value for it at a sale. Yeah, we do believe it is in the county's best interest to exempt these, though, speaking with Mr. Counts.
All right, any further questions or discussion? The question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, 13 yes, 1 absent, and the resolution passes. Anything else, Rick? Sarah? Thank you all for coming. All right, our next item is the Director of the Health Department, Director Hodgen. Director Hodgen, thank you personally this month for nursing me back to health for my visit of COVID. And I appreciate all the efforts of the Health Department to keep everyone well. And I appreciate the great service I had while I was there.
Good help.
Yeah, I have recovered and feel much better to be back in business.
Good deal. Good evening. I did want to give you a quick update on our pandemic response here and a way forward. Because I think we are getting to that point now where we are going to start stepping out away from this thing. I want to give you a couple of points on that and describe how we're looking to do that. Daily case rates, positivity rates, all that stuff we know were pretty high. Omicron variant was very contagious. We saw that coming and it delivered the way that we expected. Daily case rates, 7-day averages are down from 225 a day last month to about 146 right now. So they continue to come down. If you look at that epi curve, it went up real fast and it's coming down just about as fast. So expecting good things to come of that as we come out of this thing quickly. Positivity rates did go up to 1 and 2. Those who were testing about 1 and 2, about 53% at its peak were positive. So that's the highest positivity rate that I've seen in this pandemic thus far. But it's also starting to come down a bit. We're at 49% now as of the 19th is the last numbers that I had on that. When it comes to vaccine, we're sort of at a plateau. We are 60% fully vaccinated. We are still doing quite a bit better than the rest of the region, which is sitting at 51%, and the state average is at 53%. So, within the state, we're doing real well. National average is sitting at about 64% rather. So we're just about national average there, give or take. But we're not moving real fast. We're seeing, like I said, a plateau in vaccine uptake. Last 10-day average on vaccine county-wide is about roughly 100 a day is all we're seeing county-wide now. So statistically, that's not much. Same thing with testing. Testing has plummeted down to almost zero. Just at the health department, we still offer the PCR testing, the drive-through testing, Tuesdays and Thursday mornings. We saw 7 Tuesday and we saw 1 this morning in the time that we were out there at that tent behind the building. So that's really come down. Just about a month ago, we were doing 80, 90 in a session, and now we're doing less than 10. So seeing all that in front of us, general trends that I'm seeing, I think this pandemic response is either at or very near its conclusion. So we are working diligently to figure out what's coming next. So we're working right now within the health department to absorb testing via the rapid test kits that we can give you at the front door. And we're going to appoint COVID vaccine just like we would anything else, any other vaccine. So the idea here is to absorb this into the health department, into normal life, and press forward with this. I don't have a specific timeline, but I would assume, based on conversations I've had in the last week or so with the regional office, probably within the next 2 to 4 weeks, we will probably shut down our drive-through pod out back, and we will do everything from in-house of the health department from here on out. And that's the quick update on all of that. Do I have any questions?
No? Oh. Commissioner Williams?
The ones that came from the government before are valid?
I have not seen them. Somebody who works with us this morning was just describing how different that they were. I haven't actually seen them to this point, so I couldn't tell you. I don't know. I would assume so. I mean, I hope they are.
but I don't know.
Any word on the BA2 variant, Director Hodgson? Is that something that we're going to be hearing of soon, or how is that?
Yeah, that's something we're watching as well. That's kind of the difference between after Delta into Omicron. We saw Delta come in a little bit and watched that come at us as it did, and then we went right from Delta right up into the Omicron. As we're coming down on the backside of this Omicron variant, this B2 or stealth Omicron, I think is what they're referring to.
Stealth, yes.
I just read something today that said like 1 in 3 worldwide cases now they're attributing to this B2 variant. It's another variant. We're watching it. But that's as far as I can give you any information on that at the moment.
All right. All right. Any further questions? All right. Thank you very much, Director Hodgson. We appreciate all that you do for us.
Sir.
Our next item is the Arpa Committee. Commissioner Wheeler, I had to be absent on that one. That is the Director of School. I was getting ahead of myself again. Sorry, Director Dye. Just, Jerry, come on up and we're sorry to have you wait so long and then forget you,
That's all right. I'm in the learning business, so I learned a lot tonight.
Well, apparently I am too. So,
Well, good evening. I was able to share with you the monthly memo, back on track with that, just some updates, just to pull out a couple of things that you may be interested in. I know some members have been interested in the board's movement on the long-range facility plan. That it is progressing. The team they're out at schools interviewing people, looking at our facilities, involved in the assessment. So, they just this week gave me an update on how that was going. They're making good progress. They're very, complimentary. They compliment our staff because they're very cooperative and they're getting a lot of information that they need to do a good job for the board and for the community. On that, the board also decided, as they were looking to do a master plan for the athletic fields, they also decided to go with the same group, the Lewis Group Architecture out of Knoxville. So I'll be meeting with them soon to shore up the scope of work that they'll be working on that master plan for the athletic fields. And then they'll get started on that. Another, you probably saw in the news, the board took action to sell the Boones Creek Middle School property. And for the offer that they accepted was $2 million. And so it's in the process of due diligence right now. With an expected closure, everything works out very well. It should be a quick closure. Looking forward to that. I know the board does. And just as a reminder, in the interlocal agreement, about $1.5 million was indicated to be designated from the sale of that property to go to the Jonesboro project for furniture, fixture, and equipment that goes into the school. So, the board is gearing up to get ready for that. A couple of good news just to share too. The 11th on Friday was a day designated by the Department of Education called Best for All Day, which 68 districts across the state were celebrated as achieving a designation by the Department of Education called a Best for All School District. Simply what that means is from our ESSER dollars, ESSER 3, we were one of 68 districts that prioritized in our expenditures in our plan, at least 50% of our expenditures going towards supporting, increasing, and improving student achievement. So instead of spending all of it on capital improvements and other things of that nature, we met the mark to at least have 50% of that targeted and working towards supporting overcoming learning loss and increasing opportunity for students to accelerate learning and supporting our teachers and all those that support teachers with those funds. So, and then also we're involved in a statewide initiative for tutoring as well. So that was part of the designation as well. We're involved in that. And several are that might not have got that designation just because it's the right thing to do for students. It's push in to give students extra small group attention on helping them overcome any learning gaps that they have. And then we have several things to celebrate. If you pay attention to the board meeting that's next week, they're going to celebrate several students' accomplishments from our the Grandview girls basketball team win a state championship to our drill team at Boone, the JLTC drill team last weekend came in first in a drill competition. We have one on the rifle team at Boone that's in nationally ranked. So a lot of good things, and that's just a small list of all the great things happening in our schools and our students exhibiting their strong talents. But other than that, I'm open to any questions if you have any.
All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Director Board. All right, Commissioner Wheeler, since I messed that up so good, we'll start out with that ARPA committee one more time.
Chairman, we have two items tonight. First is the minutes on page 60 of the packet. Second thing we need to talk about just a moment tonight is the member call in the commission workshop. We talked about the lost revenue recovery that we can take. So ARPA rules allow us to either take a flat 10 million or to calculate our lost revenue. And as Grandy said, that's going to calculate out to roughly 12 million. So when we take that back into our general funds, and that is then money we can use for any purpose. Some of you, or maybe all of you, received a letter yesterday from the comptroller, an email from the comptroller. And he mentioned that we needed to look at what we're about to do with ARPA funds with respect to projects that have been proposed by the budget committee. I called him, or actually first I emailed him and said, would you please, as chairman of the ARPA committee, point me to where in the rules that's a problem just so for my knowledge. And he was very quick to get his team together and get back in touch with me. And there's a frequently asked questions section in the rules, 4.1.1, I think it's all got the link. Where it doesn't say we can do that. And they had also thought, well, you could potentially do a revolving fund loan. The problem with that, though, is at some point in the future, broadband will either be covered with broadband or broadband will be out of date, something else will be, and you got this revolving fund sitting there. So you've still got the money sitting there, and you can't do it. So that, I agree with him, that is not a good solution. I asked him about what if I said, we're planning to do this with the lost revenue recovery. Now keep in mind, if half of our projects are water projects covered under ARPA, that's almost all of the remainder of our money, almost, within 5,000 or so. I said, what if we're planning to do most of these projects with money that we've gotten free and clear by using the lost revenue. And he said, in that case, you can do whatever you want to with it. And I asked specifically, in that case, would the resolution as it's presented work? And he said, yes, it would. So I felt like we needed to know clearly where we could and couldn't do. So that's why I made that call and walked through that with him. What we would want to do in that situation is we can do whatever we want to tonight, we fund it in some way. But before we fund it with ARPA funds, like down the road, or we replace some funding with ARPA funds, we just need to go through the process of formally declaring that we're taking that 12 million. I assume we want to do the whole 12 million. That's getting into the rules more now, and at some point we may only do 10, but even if we do 10, 2 of that just means we've got to make sure we follow the ARPA project. So I wanted everybody to know that I thought that was kind of an ARPA responsibility. I thought I needed to make that call. I did let the mayor know I had that conversation. He's also talked to the comptroller, but I'll let you know what I think. So I'll pass that along, and that's our complete report. We can talk more about that in that resolution.
All right. Commissioner. Oh, he backed out. So that's you, Commissioner Jones.
I'm just wondering when ARPA will meet again.
We're probably ready to call the meeting. We need to talk about process a little bit. We do have a lot of groups and organizations that are approaching us, some of which we may determine don't really fit within but we need to talk about how do we do that and not waste a lot of time for some organization that's really proposing something that's not going to fit with what we want to do. I'm talking, you're talking about operational costs, and we've talked more about trying to do bigger projects, so we need to do that. I'll do that.
Commissioner Malone?
Well, I wanted to thank you for making that comment, but in a point of clarification, that if the commission chose to do what you discussed and is proposed, in that we take some amount of these dollars, 10, maybe $12 million, and take them into the general fund as lost revenue, that reduces the risk to the county that we were to somehow have to then pay money back for some inadvertent slip or violation of the Arpa rules, correct?
That is correct. And I told him, I said, now we heard at one point, not directly from you, but indirectly, that you still had to use them for ARPA projects. He said, if he said that, he said, I don't recall saying that, but he said, if I did, that was before the final rule came out. But he said, the final rule is clear, that once you've taken those for that purpose, it's yours, you use it at your leisure. So, and for whatever you please. So that did clear that up, so it could be used in my understanding from the call.
Well, I think any time that we can reduce risk to the county and its citizens, that's positive.
If we move that in, if we go ahead and take that, Commissioner, and it's not ARPA funds then, right? It just goes back into our general fund account, right?
That's correct. We have used the ARPA money to replenish our general fund. We have to deal with, we've had some brief conversations, but nothing formal about how we set that aside to use for specific projects. But obviously, it's in the general fund, we have to allocate it. So
we would be using ARPA funds though for the water, right? It wouldn't be, none of that money would be coming back to the general fund, correct?
that is correct. The ARPA projects, the water projects then would need to be your ARPA project.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure, because if the state was gonna match, I didn't know if it had to be ARPA money, not money that you'd taken back. You see what I'm saying?
And the question was asked by the comptroller whether or not the state money coming for this project, specifically the project, had to be ARPA funds. Now, that is pretty well cleared up to the budget committee from the library, that did not have to be the case.
Okay.
So we can talk more about that, and Mr. Williams talked to some state folks as a budget committee about that. So we can clear that up and we'll get to that resolution too.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I may, just another point of clarification, just because we took these funds, if we were to do what is discussed, just because we took these funds into the general fund, it doesn't mean that we still would not use them for, very significant generational projects such as broadband or some of the other things that have been discussed. Again, from my perspective, it just reduces risk to the county.
We could even designate that as we took it in. That's what we did.
I guess I just asked that question to make sure that if it was ARPA, just on the match money, it had to be ARPA. So I appreciate you all helping me on that. All right. Oh, Commissioner Kate?
Are we gonna have sufficient funds to complete the water project? Do you think?
I think the answer to that is probably no to complete the whole plan.
No.
Absolutely
no. We do not have enough ARPA funds if we use 100% to do 180 miles of road, okay? And also, we're not gonna have the time. Even if that would cover it, we wouldn't be able to we'd probably get those projects maybe designated, But as far as getting them complete in 26, no. And very interesting, we're gonna meet in a couple weeks to come back and look and see what the bids are for Johnson City and Kingsport and those projects that we've already approved. That should start in the spring and then in the fall. But we, at least from what I know, I don't know what that dollar figure is for our current project.
Do you know approximately what percentage?
Percentage completed?
I mean, the whole project, with the money we have, what percentage of the project?
It's depressing. Okay, so you're, at 10%. And, yeah, we're 18, 20 miles. Close, we've got 1,800. We're like 180, we've got 180 miles of roads to put water in.
But that's 10% more than we would have had at a much accelerated time.
But it reminds me that the money the ARPA funds that we might take in as lost revenue, it removes those time restrictions.
It sure does.
Yeah. So it could still, those dollars could be used for water potentially out 2025, 2026 or after.
Yeah.
The other big thing we've done is we've set up a system that we never even come close to doing, to where we could make this go on forward if we designated, we may have to designate some tax pennies to operate it, but we're gonna have the equipment, we're gonna have the know-how and the crew to keep working on this, going forward, which we've never been able to get off the ground before.
And not only that, but we should improve this process as we go along. So we should be more productive, which means we should put more line in at a cheaper rate. But you gotta start somewhere. And that's what this commission should feel really good about. And again, 10%, well, that's 10%, and you all heard me say this time and time again. This is a 20-year project. I hope somebody can expedite that. But if somebody would start this project in 2000, we'd have been wrapping this up. So somebody had to start somewhere. And I'd love to find a better way. So if anybody's got a better way, and just so you know, before anybody comes to me and says, that's not a very good process, I'm gonna ask you one question. Give me another. Okay, so and we'd love to hear it. We would absolutely love, so if anybody's got any ideas, we're all ears, But again, to start this, it's never been done before, and that's why it hasn't, because you can't get it done in 4 years. And you do it a little at a time, and the bottom line, you make more people mad because they're not getting it than people are getting more, and you don't win elections like that.
All right, any further, anything else? Any questions? Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler. All right, the Commercial, Industrial, and Agricultural Committee, Commissioner Carriger.
I'm gonna turn it over to Commissioner Tester. I was absent at that
Oh.
meeting, and he will lead us through it.
Commissioner Tester?
We had a good meeting, our minutes are on page 65. There are 2 resolutions that are under this section of the agenda. The first one is about the poll pads, and the second one is about the broadband Bright Ridge. I think probably gonna have some input from some folks. So the first one is the poll pad, so I would like to give Dana and Gary a chance to talk to us about that if they would like to.
Hello, I'm David Jones, I'm your AOE.
And I'm Gary McAllister, Chairman of the Election Commission.
And I think all of you have received our presentation on poll pads at the last commissioners meeting. And then we did go to CIA and we presented to CIA. They did ask for 2 extra pieces of information, which we gave to CIA, which one was the pilot that Washington County did to use poll pads so that Tennessee will grant us the ability to use them. So we gave them that information. And then I think it was, can't remember who it was, but they wanted the actual cost savings, not just the man-hour savings. And so we presented that to CIA also. So per election, I'm doing this from memory, but I believe it was $12,000 per election. We will save an actual hard cost. So on a 2-year election cycle, which is actually 4 physical years, they will pay for themselves. So, but I will be willing to answer any questions you guys have, any concerns you have on them. I'll be happy to walk you through poll pads and the technology and how we can use them in Tennessee.
I requested the information get put in the packet, but unfortunately it didn't.
Oh, that may be. I will make sure you guys all have a copy of it. I do have extra copies of the pilot program that we did for Washington County. And I don't see it, but I will make sure, because I have it on my computer, and I will get that to Chairman Matherly. Would that be the proper way to do this, to disseminate? Or should I get it to Allison?
It would probably be better if you wanted to disseminate the information to the entire commission. How much information is it?
It's only like a page, page and a half.
You might give it to Sherry. Sherry, would you mind to email that out to the commission?
I will take care of that in the morning.
Thank you, Dana.
Yes, sir. No, sir, I do not know that, to be honest with you. It is Apple technology, so it's just updating the software that we're allowed to use in the state of Tennessee inside it. I have asked for 48 to be bought for Washington County.
You heard the security questions that got raised earlier. Are you comfortable that this is the way to go to be secure?
Yes, sir. We are not Georgia. We have different rules and regs on how to use our poll pads. The poll pads that we will be buying and using in Tennessee can only connect to my state server. They will be programmed that way. When they're in the field, they will not be live. We have not finished or done the pilot program with the state of Tennessee that would allow us to do that. If we ever do that, we will have our state VPN out in the area too. If we can't do a secure internet, we will not get state approval to take them live. So Tennessee is the 3rd most secure state to vote in. We don't need to do what other states are doing. Other states need to do what we're doing. So.
And this does not have any effect on the vote itself. This is just identifying the voter. That's all it's doing.
They
It has nothing to do with the vote.
Yeah, they do not connect to our voting machines. Our voting machines do not have internet capability. This is just a quick way for me to look to see, okay, yes, you are a voter in Washington County. We do it by the back of your driver's license, so I don't touch you, you don't touch me. Our poll workers are safe. It pulls you up. You're not having a book that we flip around and you're trying to find your name and sign on it. The paper cost alone for us is amazing, along with the ink and the toner. It's just basically a big address book for how we are allowed to use them in Washington County.
Commissioner Harris?
I had a long conversation with Dana, and I appreciate it. She gave me some good information. I guess I was skeptical of this last month, and Mr. Davenport even got on and said I was a little red or something. I've come along, and I appreciate what you told me about saving some money. I think that's a good thing. You assured me that it's gonna be a backup there in case we have problems.
Yes.
And I was skeptical, but I'd like to make a motion to approve it.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Harris to approve the resolution, seconded by Commissioner Huffine. Discussion or questions? All right. All right, so you have the question called, Madam Clerk. If you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Dana and Gary, thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, you announced the vote 13 yes, 1 absent, and the resolution passes. Dana, thank you for the water and crackers. I know what we appreciate that very much. Commissioner Harris? Well, yeah, I mean, come on now. Yeah, there's been all kinds of tales told. All right. Commissioner Tester, we'll bring it back to you. I know you have plenty to do.
Thank you. The next thing on the agenda is the presentation from Bright Ridge on the Proclamation. So, Jim will come on up.
Thank you all very much. You know you're late in the agenda when the whole crowd's left when you get up. So we appreciate your time. And again, one of the reasons we were asked to do a presentation, I know we presented at the CIA committee and walked them through the presentation of the impact this could have for our community. And that's the reason we're here, because we want to have a really an impact for our community, not just the people you represent, but the folks that we serve. And this is one of those things that we think will be huge for everything we do. And we did present to that committee. The other 2 committees we met with was more of discussion and had some paperwork, but felt that there were a lot of commissioners that haven't had a chance to see some of the stuff that's there. And I know for the sake of time, because don't want to keep you too late, got to get you in bed early. But I will tell you, Stacy has shortened the presentation a little. He'll go quick, and one of the reasons he is presenting it is everyone knows I will keep you here till 11 o'clock. So, but again, we want to thank you for the opportunity. This is an opportunity that comes once in a lifetime for our community, and we really appreciate you considering this. And I can tell you also, beyond just the opportunity I have to serve our community with Bright Ridge, is also serve as the chair of the Tennessee Fiber Optic Community. This is something that's been discussed by that group for a good while now, about the opportunities that are coming to the counties and to the cities and the state through the federal Arpa money. And so there's a lot of people, not just here in Washington County, but across the state of Tennessee, that is looking at this as an opportunity to really change the way the state looks. So I'll let Stacy present, and if you have any questions, be glad to answer those.
All right. Good evening, and we will do our best to shorten this presentation for respect to your time. So if there was anything good that came out of the COVID pandemic, it was the identification that there's a huge digital divide, especially in the rural areas of our states. And you can look here, just basic statistics, that 58% of American students say they need internet at home just to do homework every night. So I won't go through all these, but I do want to point out the one for digital literacy. 47% of students that do not have home internet go on to secondary post-education. It goes to 65% that just have a nominal access to internet. So there is measurable differences these things make. 82% of middle skilled jobs now require digital skills. And you'll see some numbers later. Right now, 31% of our market does not have those digital skills. There's estimates right now that say that 25% of all professional jobs in North America will be available to remote workers by the end of 2022. That's amazing. And COVID has expedited that, and that will grow in 2023. So as you're looking in the area and you're looking for, these companies are looking for people to hire, broadband is a way to bring it here, because if you're looking for something to attract them to move to a rural area, having those facilities they can work from home and they can start businesses is very important for that. Fiber Broadband Association said that there's a 28% compounded growth year over year for the amount of bandwidth you need. So it's growing. It's not just like you've got it there and it's good enough. It grows. And they're saying by 2030, a family of 4 will need 2 gig symmetrical. Well, the good thing is what we're building is 10 gig symmetrical today and can be grown beyond that too without major infrastructure investments. So I want to talk to you just quickly about why is the federal government and state governments putting grants like this out there. They see this need. They know that this is required to bring in the jobs, bring in the property values to increase that population. People move those areas, bring higher rates of new businesses and lower employment rates. And this also brings healthcare options for telehealth as well as educational opportunities. And then the cost benefits, Indiana did a study, and where they invested in broadband, there's a 4-fold return on that investment. It wasn't even counting the state and local government's cost savings for medical expenditures and additional tax revenues. 4-fold return on investment. And then I will go to the next slide here. So if you look at this, we've identified really 3 critical segments of providing broadband. One is availability, and you heard tonight in the public hearing, public comment, there are people who don't have this available. This grant can fix that problem. Second is affordability. I'll talk in just a minute what we can do to address that. And third is adoption. How do we help them to use that? They don't have those skills. They've never had that access before. So affordability, this grant you're looking at and you're considering, obviously due date for this, March 15th, we've got to get all this submitted. It will be awarded in May. If awarded, we would look to start the construction in July this year. And there's really been multiple comparisons made that this is really similar to what TVA and local power companies did in the 1930s to extend electric power to the various households in East Tennessee. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. These funds won't come around again. So we think that's very important. And I want to give you a contrast here. If we're building a fiber broadband service out in a higher density area, think Gray, think here in Jonesboro, more so, Johnson City, it's about $450 per passing, just to pass that home. These rural areas, the average is $4,500 per passing. That's the reason these grants are required to get it there. That's the reason the incumbent providers haven't built there. There is a reason for it. But this can really change the life for those constituents, those areas. So affordability, I mentioned, we're part of a program with the FCC called Affordable Connectivity Program. This can provide up to $30 a month credit towards their internet or broadband needs, their costs. It's based on 200% times the federal poverty guideline for income for the household. Also, if you've got someone in the family that is eligible for SNAP, Medicaid, WIC, Public Housing Advance or Assistance, SSI, Lifeline, reduced and free lunches, those programs, then they're eligible for this. And also if they're also received Pell Grants in the past year. So example here, a family of 3 could earn just below $44,000 a year. That's a lot of the population of Washington County that can take advantage of this. And again, that's $30 right off the top of their credit towards their broadband bill. And so if you kind of apply that, this is a quick sheet of our pricing here, but if you look at that lowest, if you want to call it low, 200 meg symmetric service, $49.99, throw this credit, that brings it to $19.99 a month for that family, 66 cents a day for technology that leads the nation in what we're talking about, and we got speeds above that. Compare that with the survey results we got, that is 80 times the download speed that they're getting today if they have CenturyLink DSL, and it's 400 times the upload speed they're getting. So it's no comparison in what it is, and they can get that if they're eligible for this ACP program for $19.99 a month. So the last part is the adoption, and the state of Tennessee through the ECD group has announced a program that will be, details coming out just later this year, probably about April time period, and it will promote the adoption. $100 million put into this grant, and it's not to push out broadband, it's to get people using that, providing them electronic equipment, tablets, PCs, laptops, giving them training and education on how to access education remotely, how to do remote work, how to do telehealth, access those services. So again, those 3 things, availability, and then affordability, and now adoption. So those things we think will meet the needs of the community. And without the first 2, obviously, adoption can't exist. We've got to have those other 2 met first. So I'll just quickly mention the Bowmantown success because this is a highlight of what we did, and we think we can do the same thing with this project. With that, there was 647 homes that were identified that did not have broadband that we worked with the state to build out. But what we did there is we took that and expanded to another 1,050 homes along those middle mile routes. So we multiplied 647 to become 1,700 homes impacted. That's the reason the state, the ECD program came to us and said, you guys are doing it the way we want the rest of the state to do it. They said, you guys are the poster child for this project. And so we think that this same approach will work very well for the rest of the county. So to give you an idea, in Pleasant Valley, we're over 84% take rate. It shows you the need that they had. And we had people there that were driving, forget COVID, they were just driving to use the internet to work. And COVID or not COVID, they had that need, 80% in Bowmantown. So a very good take rate. In addition to that, we provided 28 locations with public Wi-Fi in the region. That's school system parking lots. That's also in the community centers. So people that do not have access can drive there and use it. And the thing is, it's amazing, they're still using it today. So this is not something that went away. There's still people do not have this, 1,800 homes, and they're still having to drive places to use these services. And we heard that from a lot of surveys. I've got a stack there that tall of papers, 300 some survey results that came back that confirmed it, and they're still coming into us. So what's the proposal? Proposal is this, that those areas in yellow are the ones we identify as lacking access to broadband today. They either have no internet or they have very low speed DSL. You can see the orange line is the county boundary. The green lines are the middle mile that connect these areas so we can feed services to them. You'll see some overlap in Greene County. Your funding would not support Greene County. We have another relationship with them that we're working on. They would be separate, just happens to show on the map together because of the way we laid that out. And then this is an $8.8 million project just for Washington County's purposes. 230 miles of construction. That one we did for Bowmantown was 70 miles. To give you an idea, it's a very huge area. We typically couldn't have done this without a special allowance from the state to do these non-contiguous areas. And then again, 1,800 unserved homes. 1,800 families, about 5,400 citizens that we impact directly with it. We go to the next page to show you the contribution allocations we're requesting. The state would provide 70% of that, $6.17 million. We're asking Washington County to match at $2.64 million, 30%. Again, 1,800 homes impacted and families. Investment per resident, about $491. But we're doing the same thing we did with the Bowmantown project. We're going to expand this, and Bright Ridge will invest, after the grant's done, $2.36 million along those green middle mile routes. That will add another 3,826 homes to this to bring it to 5,620 homes. That takes your investment to $156 per resident, that about 17,000 citizens. So it is multiplied, and that's what we see is why it's a great project. It will touch so many people in the communities that need these services. Again, you heard some testimonies earlier, a couple. I could show you hundreds, and I'll give you just a couple samples beyond that. The green line shows that middle mile. We would expand that to 750 miles on both sides of the road to catch all the houses close to that, and this is showing that. Fill in the color, the blue areas are what we've completed so far. By the end of next month, end of March, we will have passed 23,000 residents of Washington County with fiber services. This can add another 17,000 once all this is done. And then the orange area are locations we've committed to that are in the future. So as we look at the grant and what it can do, we looked before and had applied for money through the USDA federal money to build out South Central. That was declined because they said, well, the FCC says they have broadband. We knew they didn't. So the state allows us to prove that they do not have it. The recommendation, look at utility poles, we did that. And it's where we get our maps from, but went beyond that and said, we're gonna send a survey out to these customers and ask them to prove it, and we're recording that to provide to the state as secondary information. So we've got all that available as well. All right, so just show you a little bit of information about more than 300 families that responded already. They're coming in every day, additional ones. As expected, it's confirmed that there either is no internet access available, even you heard today, even CenturyLink doesn't have DSL there, or they've got low speed 2 to 3 meg down, half a meg up, something like that. That's about all they got. The other part of it is they're a very severe disadvantage for doing any type of remote work, remote education, home business, or telehealth. It's just almost impossible, and definitely impossible more than one activity at a time for sure in a larger household. The other part we heard, besides the speeds not being sufficient, they encounter frequent outages. It's just not as stable. This is built on telephone network that was put in many decades ago. Copper lines are aged, they're damaged, and they're just not capable of doing what they'd love to do with it. So some quick examples. Here's a family in Jonesboro area that says their daughter had to move to another apartment where she can get reliable internet. And their comment was, we prefer to have her at home. So here's how it is. People are having to move somewhere else to get internet. They can't do it from where they live. Several examples here, they said, we need it for homework assignments. Small businesses, they need it, better internet to do what they need. Here's somebody that says they use it for education, and they otherwise got to drive 40 miles to get access from where they're at, live down in the Chuckey area, but in Washington County. Remote work and requires going elsewhere to do work functions. Just consistent story across the board for these kind of things, and I will rush through these. Almost impossible to run 2 home businesses and for their children to do homework. Again, they got 2 K through 12 students, 2 remote workers, can't do it, just not possible. 2 people that were senior citizens, they tried to use telehealth access through their telephone or cell phone service, so it was impossible to get what they needed. And that is consistent. From 300 and some surveys returned, only 4 did not specify they needed telehealth access. This has become amazingly important to people to have that option. Here's one that says that it's interrupting their service, they're missing deadlines for work. We had a professor at one of the local colleges that does some remote learning, 100 some students at a time. He says it interrupts his sessions, he has to reconnect back, things like that's interrupting. Online businesses, again, says it's just not dependable enough for them. 3 school-age children says they struggle during remote learning. And again, this is not just when COVID, they live with this every day. COVID or not, this just exposed that digital divide. When they're trying to do homework, it does not meet their needs there to do that. And here's one, for example, that the gentleman said that their service, the line was cut for phone and DSL, so it impacted their phone and the internet access. Took them 5 months to repair this. During this time, they had a major health crisis, couldn't even call the ambulance. So that kind of lack of service that we're seeing for those people. And then just a few more here, and I will quickly go through this. Someone at home school said they can't be on the computer at the same time. Again, same kind of thing. A woman that's in danger of losing her job because she has poor internet connection. Again, these are quotes, and I can show you hundreds and hundreds if you want to see them. Internet works half the time, forces them to go to the library to do anything they want to do. IT analysts for Ballot Health, they support all the local hospitals. They can't do it from home. They have to drive in somewhere to do that, to make it available. And they said they were told by Comcast they could do that, and now they want $20,000 to extend services to them. And so you can look at all these others, but the last one here I'm going to show you, they said it would change our lives immediately with the exclamation point. And that's the end of the story here. This will change the life of thousands of your citizens in this area. And just one screenshot I put here that was written, you can see at the very bottom, says, "We are," capital letters, "the people this program's supposed to help." So that was just a quick screenshot from one of those. So this does make a difference. Chattanooga approved it in 2010 when they become a gig city. We provide 10 gig services. That has made them a technology hub. They've got testimony after testimony how it's brought industry into it and workers into the area. So it makes a difference there. We also know that the use of data has increased by 121% just during a few months of COVID, and it stayed there. 40% of Americans want to work from home, continue to do that. 55% of business globally, so they want to offer some type of remote services available. And here in the town we're in, Jonesboro, because we have fiber services extended, is ranked nationally as the number 5 place in the country to live and work from home by PC Magazine. So that was pretty impressive to see that, and that could be the whole county. So we see the benefits here. We're getting unserved areas. We see that we've got affordable options to make available to those that need and the impact it can make. And then this does bridge that digital divide. It allows you to retain the people in the area that want to work from home or do what they need to. It also allows you to attract people into the area. We've got some testimonies from people that moved from Toronto, Canada to come take advantage of broadband here in East Tennessee. It's just amazing to hear the stories that you get. But this can bring that type of thing for Washington County. So I'll open up to any questions you might have. Again, I'll just point out that we do have a deadline March 15th to submit this. If it's approved, we would need a letter from the commission by March 1st if we could to make that happen. And then grant awards would be in May, and then construction in July. So any questions I could answer. All right.
Commissioner Harris?
Oh, sorry.
The people that actually got the survey.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Are they included in this? If they got a survey, that means they can get service?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We took all those identifications. The great thing is they're already electric customer of ours, so we had information to be able to mail to them. Yes.
I'm just worried if they wasn't, I don't think I've, since the only first school issue, I've not had as many calls on anything. They've all been positive. What I've got, it's a lot of this going to be the satellite like I've got.
This will be all fiber. And the thing is, the wireless is great if you can get nothing else, but it will not scale to the level that we're seeing required, especially for larger families.
We didn't have it at our house until we got the satellite.
Yes.
It's great.
Sure.
I was able to put security cameras up and operate them on.
Right.
Actually got it in my house and I've got service in my barn. I've got two of them.
Right.
Cameras and internet.
Sure.
And so the area is wide.
Uh-huh.
And that area is already served.
Yeah, so basically anything that's not colored here is identified by, by the state and also our surveys that there's something available that qualifies as broadband today. Yes, sir. Yeah, we would love to make it available. We think it can really make the impact of the county. Any other questions?
Commissioner Kate?
What percentage of people will qualify for credit bonds?
You know, I don't really have statistics on that, but I know looking at the mean average for household income, it's around that area, so it tells me that there's a high percentage that could qualify. And if you think about those that would receive free reduced lunch program, I'm not sure if the superintendent's still here, but that would be a high number in the county for sure.
We did some work with the Lottie Ryan's and that group in the Municipal district previously, and based on the partial or full school lunches and stuff and the income requirements that have gone up, we feel like that probably 50 to 60% of the folks in that area would probably qualify. And one of the commitments that we have made
Mr. Dykes, I hate to interrupt you, but if you can come up to the podium, our TV doesn't pick up that well out there. So if you would just
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I love the louder. But one of the things that we've found during those surveys and stuff that we feel 50 to 60%, one of the commitments we have made and are working to do is once we get this built is not just to say it's available, but because those folks need to go online and fill out an application to get that service, we want to go to like some of the community centers where we've installed this high-speed broadband and to the schools and say, bring those folks in and help them as far as doing the applications, not just make them aware that it's available and here's where you go. But these are the customers we serve and we want them to get everything they can out of this process. So I think it's beneficial for us to say, we're going to have folks go and reach out to these folks and then show them if they need to, here's where you go online, and if you need help with the application, we're going to be there to help you with the application to make sure they get the service, because that impact of reducing it by $30 a month for those folks is huge. And we want to make sure that happens for them. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Wheeler?
Mr. Chairman, I think you all done a great job explaining all this, and we've gone through several meetings, you answered a lot of questions. But I don't think any of us doubt the need for this. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move for approval of resolution 22-015.
All right, we got a motion to approve the resolution, seconded by Commissioner Kate. Commissioner Malone?
Well, I just wonder, I am supportive of the resolution as it is presented. I just wonder if we don't need to amend it to remove any reference to ARPA. It really only references the ARPA Special Committee, I think, but I just wonder to be judicious, I suppose, if we shouldn't remove any reference to ARPA.
If in doing that, what we would do is eliminate, I think, paragraph 1 right after whereas is, and paragraph 1 in section 3. That was where it would be paid back if we violated the ARPA rules and found them, but if we're going to fund it the way we're talking about funding it, it would be outside ARPA.
So remove item 1. Say that again.
So item 1 on page 70 of the packet.
Right.
Item 1, which is about that, if we violate ARPA rules, and section 3, number 1, would be it resolves. It also deals with ARPA. The only other reference to ARPA is a whereas it talks about our ARPA Special Committee. I don't think that's factually that's true, but I think we should consider that. Mr. Chairman, I would appropriate, I would amend my motion to remove those 2 paragraphs. I'm sorry.
Yeah, section.
Well, we're gonna have to have some help from our.
Yeah, well, that's almost, thanks for asking. You're gonna have to, at some point, and you alluded to it earlier about using, lost revenue, which would probably require you to do that, and what would happen is that those funds would transfer to the general fund. So that's where it needs to go to offset the lost revenue. But it's got to be used, lost revenue has to be used for government services, which we can do. Well, there weren't any in the Arpa fund. So the mechanics of it, maybe we have to move it to the general fund and then make the appropriation.
Can we
just point out for sure that's what's going to happen.
But for purposes of the resolution tonight, could we take it from the general fund? And then at our next meeting, do what we need to do with ARPA to clear that money? I'm trying to meet their deadline.
I suppose you could, because as we talked last night, the general fund does have, the reserve to do that.
Mr. Dox, didn't you say we just needed a letter of commitment by March 1st?
Yes, sir. Right now, it's just a letter of commitment, and we'll send that in with the application. Again, the grant from the state, that 70% matching funds will not come, and we won't hear from that to probably the end of May. And at that time, when we get ready for construction, is where the funds would actually be needed. So it's, if you voted tonight that you're going to fund this, but really the funds will not be needed until around that May timeframe. I think we've already got enough fiber and everything to start that work. So really, right now, it's just the need for the letter to go with the application process, the commitment.
I mean, if you adopted it the way it was, it would probably give Mr. Dodds what he needed. But knowing that you may have to come back and do some housekeeping to actually move the dollars to the other.
Yeah, and there's time.
To avoid any, again, I think I get what you're saying, but to avoid any future issue about whether we use ARPA money for this, should we just change that to the general fund for now? And then do our housekeeping next month?
That would be the other way.
That way we've never passed a resolution saying it's coming out of the ARPA funds.
What you would end up doing is actually, you would have to actually change this so that the expenditure would be a general fund expenditure account. Okay, I don't have an account number with you right now, but essentially it would be come out of our, maybe one of our economic development accounts inside the general fund. And then where you've got an increase on the revenue side, that would actually be from fund balance.
And can we approve that with you filling that in?
I'll get you right here.
That's right.
Commissioner Jones?
I have a question about how the details or conditions of the, what really amounts to a loan gets worked out. So is that something that we work up some sort of contract on the back end? Like, does our county attorney work on that with Great Ridge, or how does that get? Is it interlocal agreement?
Yeah, and we would have plenty of time to do that because the funding wouldn't be until a May timeframe. So that would allow us time, because I'll be going back, our board really would be looking at this after your all's approval. And then we could, the county attorney and our attorney could work out the interlocal agreement things.
Commissioner Malone?
Again, thanks for your patience with us tonight. I do worry about expectations sometimes, and I saw one of those quotes on the screen that said, "This will change our lives immediately." Even if we approve this tonight, it's not going to change anybody's life immediately. To something Commissioner Davenport said earlier, you got to start at some point. But the build out, and before those very people with quotes on the screen actually had this broadband internet service, it's going to take how long? A couple years?
No, 6 to 18 months. And once you all approve this and our board, as we move forward, we'll sit down and lay out a construction schedule and start to look at the build out. And again, we're looking at a 6 to 18 months, similar.
Okay.
When we got the grant for Bowmantown, they gave us 3 months to build it. And so we turned that around. Now, that was, 70-some miles? 70-some miles.
6 months, portions would be ready then, it was just staggered.
Yeah, and staggered. And so this is 230 miles of fiber, so it is, but our plan is to move as fast as we can because, you know, if there's an area that really needs it, this is an area that needs it, and we want to get it to them as quick as we can, so.
So it's not going to change anybody's life immediately, but it should within 12 to 18 months or so.
Yeah,
at
yeah,
most.
really, some of them will be online in 6 months. I mean, they'll be up and running, and then we'll continue to build out, so.
Commissioner Jones?
The words interlocal agreement just raise all kinds of issues for me, just because we deal with those. And I did hear you say some reassuring things about kind of we have some time and we can do that. And I'm just wondering if the county attorney wanted to weigh in on the conditions that are in this resolution or other conditions we ought to be discussing tonight to make that work go according to a good, easy, straightforward plan.
Ms. Wilkinson?
I'll point out that the conditions were actually added, I believe in Budget Committee. It was Commissioner Malone's motion. Was that Budget Committee, sir?
Yes.
So these are actually conditions that were placed upon in this resolution that I'm going to say make the funding contingent. That's the way this resolution was written. So these would be then put into whatever interlocal agreement, presumably put into whatever letter of commitment is offered. That's my understanding of what this resolution is requesting, just to, while we're all here at the floor, is that would be the only thing I would want to confirm. I would not draft an interlocal agreement that had different terms than what you had in your resolution. So I will make sure if you do go to approve this, we'll make sure that we understand this evening exactly what the revisions are so that tomorrow there's a resolution ready to go forward. And then all the interlocal agreements do is memorialize what you've agreed to. And so I would just be sure that that's what's happening here tonight, is that you're making changes to paragraph 1 on page 70, item 1, that starts with "in the event." I believe that, did you strike that full paragraph, Commissioner Wheeler? Very good, and that will also strike it at section 3, item 1. And then there would be changes to page 71, items 1 and 2, and as to the line item, which Mitch Meredith will provide tomorrow, as to the revenue account and the expense lines. Is that correct? All right, so I'll rephrase that. So whatever the increase is to the two accounts, you'll identify number 1 and number 2 tomorrow, and or as you can, and that those same accounts will be used in section 2, amending the fiscal year budget 21-22. Those are the only changes, correct? Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. So with that, then I would say that my understanding is that the commitment letter, whatever it is, you're authorizing the mayor in this resolution to sign, a commitment letter in the timeline that's required for this project to go forward. But it would include these conditions in there, and that's what will go to the Bright Ridge Board. I think that's what you want to hear from Mr. Dykes when he's talking about taking it to his board. He needs to take those terms, doesn't he?
Yes, and I think some of the information Mr. Wheeler got, additional information from the comptroller today, kind of clears up some questions that our board had, because we met on Tuesday and knew those resolutions at that point, because I think you put it online on Monday. And so it will allow me to go back to them and clear up some things too. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. We'll make sure that the resolution reflects everything this evening so that the Bright Ridge Board can consider something that is clear. Thank you, sir.
All right, the question's been called on the amendment. Do we need to have the county attorney read back the amendment, or is everybody satisfied to their understanding of it? Commissioner Wheeler?
Mr. Chairman, my motion is actually to approve the resolution as with the amendment. So there was no motion to approve the resolution, so I was not making a motion to amend. I was making a motion to approve with those changes.
Oh, to approve with those changes. Okay, all right. So,
I do have one question, Mr. Chairman.
can't do that. Yes, Mr. Meredith, for
I do have one question. I mean, we were talking about the budgetary piece of it, but Ms. Green pointed out. So we are actually setting up, in essence, another from Bright Ridge where they will be paid the county for a 10-year period.
After the first 2 years.
all right. There was a question?
Mr. Chairman, can I confirm if Director Meredith, did you change anything to those number 1 and number 2 when I was conferring with the chairman?
I was just confirming that this is essentially alignment.
All right, we'll be voting on the resolution with the proposed changes to it. A motion and a second. Any further questions or discussion? Right. Question's been called. Madam Clerk, switch the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote. 12 yes, 1 no. Now, Commissioner Harris, that ain't going, I'm just saying, it says no. Can we do a redo on that one, please? Call a redo. Kind of like, we're not amending it, we're just gonna make it all one thing. You that right, Commissioner Wheeler? Wait a minute, we're gonna redo. We want it to look right here now. We're gonna restart. You might not make it home, Commissioner Harris. It might be dangerous for you to go home. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be bad right there. Yeah. All right. All right, to save Commissioner Harris, we're gonna vote one more time here. Madam Clerk, if you'll now announce the vote. 13 yes, 1 absent, and the resolution passes. Did you want to change your vote, Commissioner Jones?
But I do want to say that this is one of those moments where I'm just very proud to work with all of you. This was a heavy lift that required a bunch of extra meetings and a lot of thinking outside of the box and problem solving. And I really appreciate, especially Commissioners Wheeler and Malone, but I think really a lot of us doing the hard work that resulted in our ability to get to this place tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. All right. Commissioner Tester, is there anything else to report under the CIA committee?
That's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the Employee Compensation and Benefits Committee. You'll find the minutes of that meeting on February 3rd on page 74. First item we have this evening to consider is resolution number 220212. It's a resolution modifying the wellness plan for employees covered by the Washington County Employee Health Plan. Michelle is here, or was here, there she is here tonight to answer any question you might have about this resolution. Just come on up here and stay at the podium a few minutes, Michelle. We're not going to let you go too quick.
I may fall over. Just to clarify, you're not amending it, you're establishing it for 2023.
you're setting the guidelines that the employees have to do to participate and have that incentive for 2023. It's a small change from this year. Currently, employees do a 3-step process. Everybody does 3 steps: biometrics, follow-up, and 2 coaching calls. On the recommendation of Premise, our clinic provider, they've suggested that we only have those that miss a benchmark do the 2 learning sessions. So an employee that does their biometrics, their follow-up, and they have no health risk factors and they do not use tobacco would be finished at that point. It's going to be between 9 and 11% of the population. Most of our people, unfortunately, have a risk factor. So most people will still do 2 calls, either 2 calls or 1 call and 1 coaching session through Premise Connect. So, and that's my recommendation as well, is to take what Premise has recommended and us do a 3-step process, but the 3rd step are only for those that miss a benchmark or have a health risk factor.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. Is there any questions for Michelle? Don't go far. All right. Do we have a motion? Motion made by Commissioner Cates, seconded by Commissioner Huffine to approve the resolution. Discussion or questions? Questions been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote. "13 yes, 1 absent, and the resolution passes." All right, our next 2 items is these are not resolutions for you to consider, but just to accept the Washington County Sheriff's Office supplement to the Washington County-based personnel policy and employee handbook. Also, there is to accept the Washington County Election Commission supplement to the Washington County-based personnel policy and employee handbook. The sheriff is here this evening. Dana Jones is still here this evening, and if you have any questions about those policies,
Need a motion?
I'd like to just, Allison, would it be fine just to have a motion to approve, to accept both of those?
To have it on the record, thank you.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and have a motion to accept both those. All right. Okay, a motion to accept those 2 policies by Commissioner Carragher, seconded by Commissioner Cate. Any questions or discussion? Questions have been called. All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. The motion passes and the policies are accepted. And that will conclude our report of the Employee Compensation and Benefits Committee. Is there any questions or concerns? Seeing none, we'll move on to the Health, Education, and Welfare Committee. Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Chairman. You can see our minutes on page 118, but what I would love for you to do very quickly is look at page 120. You'll recall that the HUE Committee is tasked with evaluating ways that we can spend funding from the opioid litigation settlement. And as you know, we have a request for proposals posted on the county website so that folks who want to propose to get access to some of that funding can write an application to us and ask for some of the funding. The deadline as it stands right now is April 15th. We'll get applications for that funding. And what we did this past month was thinking about how none of us are experts in opioid use disorder or substance use disorder. We decided to have this organization, Avenue, look at the proposals that do come in. They'll be blinded when Avenue looks at them. In other words, the names of the organizations and the people writing the grants will be taken out so that they won't know who wrote these things. And Avenue will give us their input on what the strengths and weaknesses of the proposals are. So it's just information for the HUE Committee Hugh Committee will retain the right to choose or not choose, or fund or not fund, and of course, bring that to you ultimately for the final decision. And I just wanted you to see who Avenue was. They're within the United Way of Greater Kingsport, and their board represents all these different organizations around the region that do treatment with people who have drug addiction problems, and who are people who have had children with drug addiction problems, or they themselves have had drug addiction problems. So people with lived experience, as well as people who are kind of on the ground, working in treatment facilities, managing treatment facilities, and really have an understanding about what the challenges are in our region. I just wanted to bring your attention to that. I think it's exciting, and that's all I have for a report tonight, unless there are questions.
Any questions? Any questions? Any questions for Commissioner Jones?
Thank you.
Seeing none. Seeing none, we'll move on to the Public Safety Committee report. Commissioner Wheeler.
Our minutes from our February 3rd meeting on page 122, we had it, and we have some resolutions to consider the speakers. The first is shown on page 129, resolution number 22-2. That's the resolution approving ordinance 2015 camera system and authorizing certain capital projects funds for amounts in excess of revenues for that assistance. This comes with regulation of the committee and moves its approval.
Motion made by Commissioner Kate, seconded by Commissioner Fitzgerald. Discussion or questions? Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote. 13 yes, 1 absent. The resolution passes. Commissioner Wheeler?
Our next resolution is on page 131, the draft resolution number 22-2. Resolution authorizing disposition of Washington County Sheriff's Office surplus property on government.com. This comes to recommendation from the committee and moves its approval.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, seconded by Commissioner Edens to approve the resolution. Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk has announced the vote. 13 yes, 1 absent, and the resolution passes. Commissioner Wheeler?
The next resolution is on page 134, resolution number 22-2-15. Resolution authorizing execution of documents by Washington County in support of the Milton Fire Department's ordinance and approved. This comes to recommendation from the committee and
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, seconded by Commissioner Carriger to approve the resolution. Questions or discussion? Commissioner Tester?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it seems to me like maybe there might be a better way to do this other than having to borrow $175,000, pay interest on it and so forth. We just voted for $2.6 million for Bright Ridge that they're paying back. It's not something that we can do to help the volunteer fire department.
Just,
Then borrow money.
I guess just make the recommendations and we'll, I mean, I don't.
You can't, but once we took it out of ARPA, that was already cleared through the other, I guess we could do it as a loan. We can do that, and then next month we'll have 12 other requests for the same amount. And if we're prepared for that, I'm fine, but I mean, that's kind of the. We are looking at trying to reset it. One of the blocks that's been set up is for public safety. And that section, we're talking about what can we do for all the volunteer fire departments to bring down ISO ratings in the county. So, and that's a big chunk. One of the things we talked about was, it would be an even bigger chunk though, would be buying, we didn't talk about this earlier. We had talked with another county, one of these state lines. They were buying each of the volunteer fire departments. The problem with that is about double what we're talking about trying to utilize. And some of the departments might be in, but others might not, but they're all gonna, historically, we have treated them all equally. They did request it. That's correct. We're not actually taking on any responsibility for the debt either, by the way, I don't want that thing clear, is that we're not responsible for the debt. We're just letting them, you know,
They already have enemies.
So, and in answer to the original question, there's probably be a lot of ways to do it, would be considered if they did. So that's what it is. I don't know.
I couldn't hear.
How many volunteers, are there 8 of them?
8. That's counting Jonesboro, which is a critical part of our volunteer fire departments.
And then we've got like 2 others that are from other counties that serve as part of our county.
Piney Flats and West Carter's Valley.
Who we make smaller contributions to in recognition of what they do in our county.
Commissioner Harris?
You say, you were talking about us loaning the money, zero interest or something, to save, a good idea, to save them from paying that.
Well, it just seems like, I don't know, it seems like there's a better way to do this. And I'm kind of curious if we're not taking on the responsibility for the debt, like, why do we even have to vote to say they do it? I don't understand that.
They're required to have our permission to borrow money. That's a state requirement.
Is it legal to loan our apartment money like that? Would that be allowed? We loaned it to a zero interest, they pay us back on the same term, save them money, they can use it for something else.
I got to turn further in.
I haven't looked at that to know the answer. I will tell you, I want to say that it's a 3% loan, isn't it? I think it's 3% that they had on this. And just to be clear, this is something that they brought forward, that the Nolichucky Volunteer Fire Department requested. And it is actually where they take one of their pieces of equipment and that becomes the collateral for the financing. And then they're able to do improvements on their building.
The treasurer is here from the Nolichucky Fire Department. Would you all like to hear from him?
Sure.
Come on up, sir.
I'm Patrick Ryan. I live at 115 Pan Creek Road. The loan is to provide renovations to a building that we bought because due to COVID, costs have tripled. So instead of spending $3 million on a building, we're going to probably hope to spend about $600,000, but it's a used building. The county can loan us money, but it cannot be federal funds, from what our auditors told us, but that's besides the subject. I don't know if y'all have any questions.
So, Patrick, how much is it costing you to build the fire station or to renovate the fire station?
We're hoping to do it for under $160,000. But with everything happening so quickly, I don't have time to save up money to get it done because we actually already sold our current fire station We haven't closed on or anything because we gotta renovate this station first before we can get out. So that's why we're getting a loan to speed up the process.
So to get started on all your renovations.
Right, yeah.
Until you get
We've
closed.
already started. We just don't have the funds to fully finish it out.
How long do you think you'll anticipate for you to pay this loan back?
The term was for 5 years, but I hope with selling our current station, I hope to pay it off in at least 2.
Okay. Will this loan be a hard on the fire department? I mean, I don't mean to sit that way, but I guess will it be a struggle for you all? I know it's been a hard fundraising times during COVID, and you all have been very limited in what you can do, and you probably don't have the revenue stream that you did 2 years ago.
Yes, and we had a fire truck that got in an accident. So we're in the process of having it fixed. The insurance company is going to pay for it, but there's still some other things that I have to pay for out of our budget to fix that truck. But I don't believe so at this time, but I can't say later on down the road. Because another truck could get wrecked or, something could happen.
No.
I don't want to say it, but a tornado could come through. You never know.
Yeah.
So at this time, no.
Commissioner Wheeler? Oh, Mayor, did you, I'm sorry, I missed you. Did you have something to say? Okay. Commissioner Wheeler, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, the Public Safety Committee has asked the Fire Chiefs Association or the Fire Department Association to enter into some discussion about what would help the most as far as the biggest impact we could have with that money. I would suggest to combat ARPA funds that we let them do that. They have a meeting, I believe it's Tuesday night, where that meeting is the first time they've met since we asked them to do that. I don't think that's going to be a one-time discussion because there have been things discussed like putting in some substations so that we've got fire departments closer to people. That helps us. There's been discussion of either a ladder or a pumper truck that would man, that would be able to respond to county calls, that would go to automatic. There's several things that they're looking at. And on that, we might ought to let them do that work before we start committing at least our performance for that.
And I personally, for morale reasons with the fire department, I don't think this should be associated with it. Because I don't want to say something for another department or something like that. So
you're thinking let the departments all work on that part?
Yeah, I'm just saying, I just think what Noah-Chucky Fire Department is asking for should be separate from the HARPA funds with the other fire departments.
Commissioner Davenport?
Yeah, I commend you all for taking care of your business, and I think we need to support their decision and not try to solve their problems for them.
Right.
And if you have a problem with something, come before this commission, and we'll be glad to listen to you. And we need you, and we respect what you do. But again, I think they've got a solution to their problem, and they're not asking. I think we should just support their decision.
Right.
Thank you.
And I'm not denying any funding. Anything helps, but I think this matter should be separate from that matter.
Yeah.
In the spirit of supporting them, I call for the question.
Thank you, Commissioner Huffine.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys.
Who did we have? Who had the motion? Did we have
Wheeler.
Commissioner Wheeler? And who was the second? Carrier. Okay. All right. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you announce the vote, 12 yes, 1 no, 1 absent, and the resolution passes. Commissioner Wheeler?
Our next resolution is found on page 166 of the 22/16, resolution approving proposed terms authorizing execution of local cooperation mutual aid agreement for the creation and management of the Tennessee District Command Task Force. This comes recommendation from the committee on support.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, seconded by Commissioner Malone to approve the resolution. Questions or discussion? Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, 13 yes, 1 absent, the resolution passes. Commissioner Wheeler?
Next resolution is going to take 1.6 packet resolution 22-2-17, resolution authorizing Tennessee acceptance of former school grant fiscal year 2021-2022. This comes recommendation from the committee on support.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, seconded by Commissioner Edens to approve the resolution. Commissioner Kate?
I was calling for a question.
Oh, question.
Trying to move it on.
All right. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, the question's been called. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, 13 yes, 1 absent, the resolution passes. Commissioner Wheeler?
The next resolution is going to take 170 packet resolution 22-2-18, resolution authorizing the disposition of Washington County emergency management surplus property. www.com.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, seconded by Commissioner Fitzgerald. Commissioner Harris, did you have a question? Okay. All right. Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, 13 yes, 1 absent, the resolution passes. Commissioner Wheeler?
Resolution is on page 172, packet resolution 21-2-19, resolution authorizing Washington, Tennessee to execute the emergency management performance grant contract to receive cost recommendation. This recommendation from the committee on this.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, seconded by Commissioner Malone to approve the resolution. Questions or discussion?
Call for question.
Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, 13 yes, 1 absent, the resolution passes. Anything else, Commissioner Wheeler?
That concludes our report.
Right, on to the Public Works Committee report. Commissioner Davenport?
Yes, you'll find our minutes on page 190. Have two resolutions coming before you tonight. And the motion for approval, first resolution 220220, resolution authorizing the disposition of Washington County Highway Department surplus property on govdeals.com or recycled.
Motion made by Commissioner Davenport.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Kate to approve the resolution. Questions or discussion? Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, 13 yes, 1 absent, the resolution passes. Commissioner Davenport?
Next resolution is resolution 220221. It comes before you tonight in form of a motion, resolution authorizing the disposition of Washington County solid waste surplus property on govdeals.com or recycled.
Right. Motion made by Commissioner Davenport, seconded by Commissioner Edens to approve the resolution. Questions or? Questions been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you announce the vote, 13 yes, 1 absent, the resolution passes. Commissioner Davenport?
Any questions? That's everything I have for Public Works.
All right, seeing no questions, we'll move on to the Purchasing Committee. Commissioner Davenport, I think, are you the vice chairman of that?
Yes, sir.
Oh, just,
So you'll find our minutes on page 201. We have one resolution coming before you tonight, Resolution 220223. It comes before you in the form of a motion, resolution to authorize the disposition of Washington County solid waste surplus property on govdeals.com or recycled.
motion made by Commissioner Davenport to approve the resolution, seconded by Commissioner Edens. Questions or discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, 13 yes, 1 absent, the resolution passes. Anything else, Commissioner Davenport?
That's all I have, sir.
All right. You'll find the Safety Committee report in your packet on page 209. We'll move right on into the Budget Committee report. Commissioner Wheeler? Motion made to approve the resolution by Commissioner Davenport, or Commissioner Wheeler, seconded by Commissioner Huffine. Questions or discussion? Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you announce the vote, 13 yes, 1 absent, the resolution passes. Commissioner Wheeler?
The next resolution is signed on page 235 of the packet. This is the coaching fees for rehab. Resolution 22-25, resolution increasing your budget for 2022. Regarding the this budget is a recommendation for the new fiscal year.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, seconded by Commissioner Malone. Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, 13 yes, 1 absent, the resolution passes. Commissioner Wheeler?
The next resolution is on page 227 of your packet, resolution 22-2-26, resolution increasing your budget for 2022. Regarding the purchase of $30,000 town lots for public property, tablet and salary system. This was a recommendation from the committee and it is approved.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, seconded by Commissioner Jones to approve the resolution. Question's been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, 13 yes, 1 absent, and the resolution passes. Commissioner Wheeler? Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler to approve the resolution, seconded by Commissioner Malone. Questions or discussion? Commissioner Tester?
Yes, sir. The second order ad says that the 30% match is supposed to come from product development grant. And then in the line items part, number 3, it says go from the restricted line for the IDB. So I was wondering if we already budgeted that grant money into that IDB?
Mitch, can you clear that up?
We have actually the original, when we went to the resolution for the request in the grant, it was an expectation of $660,000 as a match. This is the first production of it, and you may recall that the
EDA grant that will supplement this as well. So our total out of pocket on this is anticipated to be about $232,000. So we haven't gotten the EDA grant yet. We'll see that probably in the resolution.
So the 444,500.
That's where we are today. So we need to have this approved so we can accept the grant so we can get the project.
And then when that grant comes, it will go into the IDP line too.
Right, this is coming out of the money that's reserved from the sale of past property.
Right. All right, thank you.
Right. Any further questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, switches to the voting screen. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote, 13 yes, 1 absent, the resolution passes. Anything else, Commissioner Wheeler? I think that's like 15 resolutions for you to read here in the last few minutes. All right, the next resolution, we have no old business report, but we do have notaries. That's resolution number 220228, a resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment or reappointment for Washington County, Tennessee. Do you have a motion? Motion made by Commissioner Fitzgerald, seconded by Commissioner Jones to approve the resolution. Discussion or questions? Questions been called? Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, please. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you announce the vote, 13 yes, 1 absent, and the resolution passes. We have several items under new business this evening. Our first item is acceptance of the vacancy of the constable in District 1. We will probably need to suspend the rule. Can we suspend it once and consider all these items, Allison, or do we?
I think, well, it's up to you. If there's no objection to any of them,
Yeah.
then you could do it for one.
Yes.
But
Is there any objection to suspending the rule for all of these items that are left? They will all need to be the rule suspended for, or would you like to take them one at a time? Is there any objection to doing them all at once? Because we're going to come back and consider them anyway. So, all right. Do I have a motion to suspend the rule to consider the balance of these items? Motion made by Commissioner Carriger, seconded by Commissioner Kate to suspend the rule and consider the balance of these items. Commissioner Wheeler? I'm sorry, Commissioner Wheeler, I cannot hear you after time. I'm glad I didn't hear that question because I can plead innocence. All right. We're going to suspend the rule. All of those in favor of suspending the rule signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, we're ready to do some business now. All right, so the first item is the acceptance of vacancy of constable in District 1. Do I have a motion to accept that vacancy? Commissioner Edens makes the motion. Do we have a second? Commissioner Carriger. Is there any discussion or questions on this vacancy? Seeing none, all in favor of accepting the vacancy signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. And the motion passes, and we have accepted the vacancy of the constable in the 1st District. Next item is a resolution number 220229.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, before you go back on approving resolution number 32, would you please tell us, since we don't have the screen, who was the move-in and the second? We didn't get that.
32?
Yes, sir. The vacancy to fill the position in Constable
Commissioner
District 1.
Edens made the motion, and who was the second on that one? Carriger, yes.
Thank you all. I beg your pardon.
No, just accepting vacancy.
I beg your pardon. That's why I didn't get it then. It wasn't up on the screen. I beg your pardon. I'm with you.
All right.
I'm with you.
We're
Thank
going.
you.
We're back on track now. All right, Resolution 220229 is a resolution requesting the General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, and specifically the State Representative Rebecca Alexander and State Representative Tim Hicks and State Senator Rusty Crowe to sponsor a joint resolution on behalf of Washington County naming a bridge in honor of native son Jack Mac Armentrout. Do I have a motion? Motion made by Commissioner Carriger, seconded by Commissioner Fitzgerald to approve the resolution. Questions or discussion? Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen, go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. I'll just go ahead and show Commissioner Harris absent on that vote. We could take a 15-minute recess, so. Okay. Do what, Susie? Susie's taking me to Dairy Queen when she's over, she said. Did I say that on TV? Oh, is it? Yeah. Madam Clerk, go ahead and announce the vote. 11 yes, 1 abstained, 1 absent, and that resolution passes. All right, our next resolution is Resolution 220232, is a resolution approving the Election Commission use of the lines adopted in our latest redistricting plan for the Washington County, Tennessee Constable District that we just declared vacant to fill the vacancy in that position. Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, seconded by Commissioner Edens to approve the resolution. Questions or discussion? Question has been called. Madam Clerk, if you'll switch us to the voting screen. Go ahead and cast your vote and lock it in. Madam Clerk, if you'll announce the vote. 12 yes, 1 absent, and the resolution passes. We will now have an update from the County Commission for the January 22nd Washington County Commission workshop.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Very briefly, we had a workshop. We discussed our priorities, and I would love to hear just a quick summary from Commissioner Davenport on water and maybe Commissioner Wheeler on fire and Commissioner Huffine on communication. I'll just say quickly that we summarized all of our progress to date in these areas. In the area of workforce, we pointed to some new directions, one of which was to continue to educate ourselves on workforce initiatives in the region. And they're having Career Quest at ETSU on May 12th and 13th. And I'll definitely get the word out to all of you about that date. And I hope that we can maybe even go as a commission and walk through Career Quest. It's been noted by the state as one of the best workforce development activities in Tennessee. And I think we all ought to go and see that initiative. And then we also talked about funding workforce initiatives, maybe through the opioid or Arpa funds, and then certainly keeping our eye on funding for the future TCAT. So that's a summary of future directions for workforce. Do either of you all want to make a quick report like that on water, fire, and communication? Sorry. You guys, you're good. Don't have to do it again.
So for communications, I think hopefully everybody's going to make significant improvements to our website. One of our key focuses this year is making sure we go out in the community and gain engagement to that website. We're planning one page. We can go out to civic clubs and start increasing the awareness and driving people to the website. Some of the things you're going to see coming forward is adding 911, the Sheriff's Department, to the Civic Ready platform, improve press relationships with the Sheriff's Department, looking for community education programs, a County 101 program if COVID allows us later in this year to do, and then internship opportunities with local universities.
Thank you. That's all.
All right. Thank you very much, Commissioner Jones. I appreciate you putting that together. I mean, you've always led us on that, and it's been very appreciative of that done each year, and I know it's a big job. I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, the next cutoff date and time for the next month's County Commission agenda is Thursday, March the 10th, 2022 at 12 noon. I just wanted you to know I did spend some time this month lining us up a trip to visit the meat packing facilities. One of the challenges right now with meat packing facilities is COVID. They're not as welcoming as you would imagine at this point in time, especially during the time I've been trying to line those up. I did find one that was several 500 miles away, and they would accept us. But it was quite a drive, and so I may have some better luck. But until I think we decide and land on the facility that we want to really visit, which is comparable to the one we want to build, I don't. It's hard to compare apples and oranges. So I found those, and I have been working with some people with RC&D to get that done. So. Maybe we can, we're still staying after that. I think there's just some decisions to be made as far as location. Will it have a retail front? I think the people that are working on it now have some questions for what they're building. So we'll let them settle on that before we take that 500 or 600 mile journey. Let's just make sure that's what we're building. So I know we're all for that, but